You know, there's something nice about the way this Final Fantasy opens. I honestly, the little whole dilemma thing and all this stuff, not a big fan of it. But A Place to Call Home, which is the name of this track, is something different that no other almost game has. It's just very calming. And every other game, you know, usually kind of wants to start you off with something intense and extreme and everything. It really wants to, like, punch you with some kind of intensity. And this is just like, hey, we're chilling. How's it going? What's up? We're just gonna have a time, all right? Is that all right? Is that all right? You mind if we just chill? You know what I mean? Like it's such a different tone from any other Final Fantasy start. And you could say like, oh well, the prelude is kind of like that, but it's not the same. That's still a cinematic thing, you know? And this is just like, hey, it's two instruments. You know? First time chatter. Hello from Germany. Yeah, sure. Hi. Yeah. Okay, I believe it. Best looking PS1 game? You know, debatable, but yes. Like I would say aesthetic goes a long way. When you're trying to do realistic and the technology is not quite there, it can be a little bit offsetting. But I would say that this one definitely has the most amount of detail in its backgrounds, and that aesthetic lets it lean into that a little bit. You know, with the sort of like twisted rooftops, asymmetry kind of vibe going for everything. You know, it's not a house; it's like a house with like a twisted top. You know, kind of going off. It's very Disney-like in its approach, I think. And it's kind of funny because it's shortly after this that Kingdom Hearts came out, which was supposed to be Disney X FF, and it's not. Kingdom Hearts is not Disney with Final Fantasy. It's not even Disney, and it's not even Final Fantasy. It's definitely more Disney than it is Final Fantasy, but it's kind of its own thing. And then it's like way off the rails on top of that. But this is like the closest I think that Final Fantasy gets to a sort of Disney approach while still being very much Final Fantasy. It just has that sort of whimsical appeal to it. Kingdom farts, yeah. Let's see. Played Azek, thank you for the godly tier 3 for 86 freaking months, dude. Whoo. Geju Dragon, thank you for 8 months. Hi. And Suntub, thank you for 62 months. Got some love coming up. Thank you very much for that early stream support. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the resubs. Definitely getting up there, yeah. Hammerad's hair is early day with the Disney levels. Well, yeah. I don't hate any Final Fantasy. What? I don't hate any Final Fantasy. I love all the main Final Fantasies. What the heck? You know? Have to do jump rope this year? No. Sure don't. I don't like Aiko, that's for sure, yeah. You know, everybody loves Vivi, and I see Vivi as adorable. He's like a mascot character. I don't really see him as a complex character. I think Vivi is more of a mirror than he is a character. And by that is he makes us take a look at ourselves, and there's some value in that. But I don't think Vivi himself is a good character per se. He's just a mirror that's being held up to you, and you have to look into it. So I don't really particularly care about Vivi's character. I mean, I think it's good. I just don't think Vivi's like the best character or anything like that personally. And the reason I specifically point that out is because there's so much love for Vivi that it's like drowning. But I do like Vivi, you know, and I think that's part of it is that he's adorable. He's like a mascot, and he also holds a mirror up to you to make you take a look at yourself. But as a character, he isn't really anything outstanding. Yeah, I agree. That's why I like Yuna though. Yuna has a lot of depth to her character. You know, it's like she has a whole thing going for her. That's why I particularly like Yuna. But we'll get Yuna next game. So for now, we celebrate Vivi. I didn't say Vivi was bad or wrong or anything like that. I love Vivi. I think it's fantastic. I just think as a character, he lacks, like, he's not meant to be a character that has like a deep personality or anything like that. He's a mirror, like I said, which has its own value. Okay, I thought I saw something on my glasses. That's all. So that's like when people say, "Oh, Vivi's the best character." I'm like, well, he doesn't really have a character. He's more of a something else, you know. Who's the standout character in this game? I think the game is really supposed to follow Garnet more than anything in terms of like who the player is supposed to pay attention to the most. You know, who the character is supposed to care about. Zidane is kind of a vehicle. He's just kind of there to point the way and say, "Let's go, gang," you know? And then at the end, he kind of gets like he slaps the whole game in the face with holy shit, identity crisis and everything. Yes, exactly, Vex. Exactly. He's a mirror into the darkest corners of our human soul that everyone carries. Absolutely. I think the reason he's come to terms with it is because he doesn't have a choice, since, like, he doesn't really have a soul per se, or rather, it's arguable whether or not he has a soul. And I think that's like more an automation, like, well, this is just, it just is because it is, you know? And there's no like deep moral debate that he has with himself because he can't have that. But who's to say, you know? Been playing FF12 recently, and honestly, it's the same kind of way so far with Van and Ash. It's definitely Ash's story, but Van is just there for the player. Yeah, so there's a storytelling method that they utilize in both Final Fantasy X and 12 called, like, what is it, like the Ignorant Stranger or something like that? Basically, what it is that the main character serves the purpose as the player, like feeding the player information. By Titus being in an alien world, he doesn't know anything and he has to ask questions. And those questions get answered by your party members who know things. And it serves the purpose of telling the story of the world and giving world building without having to like force it in with weird exposition positions where it just doesn't make sense. You know, it allows for the story to be told organically and the world to be built up and explained to the player without it feeling like it's forced in there. These are really, really, really important aspects of story writing and scenario writing that get ignored in so many other games. Final Fantasy XII is much the same way because Vaughn, as you know, streetwise and capable as he is in Ravenaster, he doesn't know dick about the rest of the world. And so he serves the purpose as the ignorant stranger in order for him to ask questions and allow the players to answer those questions, pushing the story and the plot and the world building forward. Yeah, I agree, Vex, that like it's definitely a debatable topic, and you framed it really nicely. It's like you think he has a soul, and that's part of the defining feature of Vivi, and I think that is important. I really do. Naive hero, I think that's a different one, but yeah, if you look it up, there's like 14 like narrative storytelling possibilities. You know, like there's coming of age, or the hero's journey, or the ignorant stranger, or, you know, whatever. There's all sorts of different ways of like fulfilling the storytelling, and that's just the one that they use with FF10 and a little bit in FF12. So that's actually, I'm glad you picked up on that, because Vaughn is supposed to be more or less the ignorant stranger, and it really is Ash's story. She is the protagonist. W9, thank you for the 50 months of subbing. No, you cannot do Excalibur 2 with Fiesta rules. No, you cannot. Maybe if you did it on the PC version with fast forward, but we don't fast forward, so no. No, it's not possible. You would have to maybe use boosters or something else. It's not possible. There's no way. Stranger in a Strange Land. Yeah, that's what it is. Hey, Plain Isaac, thank you for the sub gift to Trance. Thank you. Welcome back in, Trance. Make it in it. I've already done Excalibur 2. I did off Fiesta like 3 years back, and it was fun. I did the Switch version of FF9, played through it, and I used that as a bit of a sort of routing. Then I played it on PlayStation to make sure that it's a legit Excalibur 2 run and not using fast forward or whatever, and did it on my first try with about 15 seconds left. But I did it. Can save scum to get low encounter segments? I don't even think that's possible. I straight up do not think it's possible to use Fiesta rules, especially when we have certain incentives. Like, even just not running away from encounters, I don't think it's possible. But with the extra rules that we always have, definitely not possible. Well, Clubs, we love to have you, and hopefully we can convince you that FF9 is fantastic, just like all the main Final Fantasies are. And if you ever have a doubt about a Final Fantasy game, well, stop by the Fiesta and I'll convince you, or at least I'll try. Thank you, Cold Nemesis, for the 9 months of subbing. Yeah, it was released very shortly after FF8 because they had like 3 or 4 teams leapfrogging releases. So the development of FF9 is still, 3 to 5 years, the standard development time for a game of that era, which is pretty much the same as it is today. But because they had different teams leapfrogging, they were able to release Final Fantasies very rapidly. Unfortunately, it set a standard for Square Enix that they were supposed to release Final Fantasies every year or two, and that's just not viable, especially today with the way the expensive game development is. Game development is much, much more expensive because it requires much bigger teams, and yeah. I mean, you can still make games like this with, 5 people over the weekend, but it's not gonna be good. Yeah, the biggest problem with Final Fantasy IX was that it released right before the PS2 came out, so people were not buying PS1 games anymore. They were saving up for the PS2, and yeah, they did very poorly in sales. I think it was like 4 or 5 million total. No worries, Brawl. I hope you enjoy your stay while it's there. There's no statute of limitations on spoilers, meaning that there is no time limit on how old a game is where spoilers are suddenly okay. And anybody who says otherwise is just looking for an excuse to be lazy assholes. So, yeah, we're not gonna sit here and be like, well, it's 20 years old, it doesn't matter if you get spoiled. Nah, we don't play that. Yeah, the play online. Oh, man. Wait, what excuse? This game isn't bad, so how would it be bad if they made a game like this now? Oh, I'm just saying, like, fidelity, like graphical fidelity wise. The game, this game is a very simple game by today's standards. You could make a game like this very quickly, like in probably half a year, because the assets and the programming involved in it is very simple. Would you make it good? Probably not, because if you're only taking 6 months to make it, the story is probably going to be very, very simple and very sparse. One of the biggest parts about quality story writing is time. You need time to make sure all the pieces fit together cohesively and that they are meaningful on top of that. Just because they fit together, just because the writing sends it from point A to point Z and it fits, doesn't mean that it's good. You have to have elements of story that are built up and then like pulled upon later on in the story. You have to have proper 3-act or 4-act structuring. You have to have good writing that feels organic and real and meaningful to the scenario, and then you have to have messaging that points to certain things that make us look inward about ourselves. It's not just like throw some shit on the screen, oh look, the bad guy wants to take over the world, send it out. It doesn't work that way. It's one of the problems that I have with games like Tales of or Legend of Heroes, because they're just like simple, straight to the point, slammed out with very little look at the messaging of the game, or any kind of real depth of character building and storytelling and everything like that. And definitely they have some intermittent genius in both of them, so it's not a criticism on the games, but they're slammed out once a year usually, and that suffers. Like, story writing needs time to bake. So yeah, you could make a game like this and have a year easy, but it's not going to be good. No, you don't have to throw hundreds of millions of dollars at a game to make a good game. But if you want a good story, and Final Fantasy is known for its good story, you're going to need time in the oven, 100%. Because you need to run through it, you need to talk about it, you need to think about it. And like, even now, you know, I'll go through and play like Final Fantasy X or something, and it'll be like, yeah, this segment, it really could use some work, and it just kind of feels like it's just floating along, it doesn't really fit. Like Bevel in FF10 is just like, you know? And FF10 is one of the best stories in video games. I do what I want, I do what I want. I digitally put Jabba the Hutt back in Star Wars Episode 1. I do what I want. Oh my goodness, he is bad. I guess Episode 4, but yeah. Good characters, yeah. Octopath is actually a better example of shallow story writing. I know I throw a lot of shade at Tales and Trails all the time, but it's like just the first thing that comes to my mind. But honestly, Octopath is a better example because it's an actual Square game, and it's a great example of just like really poor story building and world building. Like, they're very simple stories that are just kind of like written out just to have a story without any real complexity to it. No depth of characters, a lot of rehashed character elements that are used in a billion other games before it, so it's just a regurgitation of a lot of that. It's an Octagon game? Oh, okay. Is that where that's like the fighting thing, right? Get into the Octagon? Yeah, it's basically a copy paste of character concepts from previous games. Very generic in that regard, absolutely. But I've always said with Octopath Traveler, everything's good but the story, so who cares? They're like fast food video games, you know? You play it because you just want something quick and fun and easy and simple. Honestly, Ellie, that almost feels like the premise of it, yeah. And Octopath, it's emulating 16-bit style of characters clubs. It's emulating like SNES style. That's why the characters are small. It's emulating Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6, like specifically our style of 9. Oh yeah, they have a chibi. It's chibi. Chibi is like big heads, big bodies, tiny limbs. That's chibi. And it's not a hard chibi. It's more of a softer chibi vibe, but it's chibi. That's the whole idea. Is it's supposed to be cute and what's the word? Like stylistic. You know, it's not meant to have a realism approach to it. And that's kind of the whimsical aspect of Final Fantasy IX that I point to all the time. Is the character design and everything is meant to be more fun and playful and cartoony and whimsical. I don't think realism is exhausting, it just has its place, you know? Yeah, and then 7 got sick and had to end early, so now we're not synced up anymore. We'll be synced for like 3 hours when I finish the first part of the game. Funny enough, Trans Queen, the character designer for Final Fantasy IX, is the character designer for Crystal Chronicle, so there you go. Yeah, like Nate, I would say with Octopath, don't care about the story, just enjoy the rest of it, because the rest of it is good, but it's gonna, like, without proper cinematic storytelling and good quality movement and story, the game can feel like it's just never, like, giving you any kind of break or reprieve, and it's just constantly the same thing. It's very flat and one note because of that. And Octopath is extremely guilty of this, because it just kind of feels like you just keep going without any real, like, there's no real moments that just go, whoa, this is good. You know what I mean? It's just, we're going, stop, say some words, blah, 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 stops. You know what I mean? And every game kind of has that mellowing out vibe to it, but you need like a really good cinematic oomph or something going on, some kind of intensity in the storytelling or the combat or something to really lift you up, to make it feel like you're rising, or something emotional to help you make you know, like drop or whatever. It needs to have this roller coaster of emotions, and Octopath is just like, here's something totally sad, here's something totally happy, here's something totally sad. You know what I mean? And it just kind of, from a storytelling perspective, it's doo-doo. It's like diarrhea. It just doesn't shut up, you know? And that's the biggest flaw of Octopath, is they have no cinematic quality to it whatsoever. But the music and the gameplay, the visuals, it's all bangers. So I mean, you know, you just kind of go in with, like, without focusing too much on it. The best way I could explain it is vibing on your couch and on the handheld. You know what I mean? Like, you just have it on your Switch on handheld and you're just kind of vibing on the couch with it. That's the best way to enjoy Octopath, I would say. Yep, I mean, they all do that. Solar Spark, they were supposed to be this cohesive thing and they weren't, you know. We'll see, Patches. I haven't played Octopath Zero yet, so, you know, I'll get to it eventually, but I have played 1 and 2. Oh, I mean, the storytelling of 2 is definitely better than 1, but it's the same flatness, you know? Oh, I enjoy Octopath too. I just wouldn't recommend it for people interested in good stories, that's all. Yeah, like I said, everything's good with the story with Octopath. Nothing is better than that. Yeah, I enjoy Octopath as well. Like I said, it's one of those, everything's good with the story, you know? Just like, well, actually, no, I wouldn't say that about Tales of. I would say that about Trails. What else would I say that about? I don't know. It's weird because so many RPGs have mid to below average storytelling, and they're supposed to be the vehicle for storytelling. And I think that's why I really have attached to Final Fantasy, because every main Final Fantasy game has an absolute banger story. You know, you could say what you want about different gameplay styles and, you know, not action, not turn-based, blah, 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 don't care. But the stories are all peak, so. And I think that's part of it. It's just better writing, and that better writing makes me want to keep playing Final Fantasy games. Yeah, exactly how I feel playing Astic. I like Octopath. It wasn't meant as a dig against it. It was meant as a reality check. I agree, Berserk. I agree. The brothership was solid. It was very Mario and Luigi, but it still had some things that made you think. Romancing Saga 2 Remake was kind of an everything is good but the story. I had some gameplay and game design element snafus myself, but more or less, yes. I think the biggest problem with Romancing Saga, or Saga in general, is just the Saga mechanic of sparking and the inconsistency in which you gain power, and then the enemy scaling are major issues, because it just takes away from the feeling of getting powerful and making it feel like you've made this progress on your character, you know? Bravely, you know what? That's a good example too, Planastic. Bravely Default and Octopath are in the same boat of, like, you know, retro-inspired, narrative is less important, just kind of RPG fast food in a way. They're solid though. I would say like Tales of is RPG fast food, but Octopath and what do you call it? Bravely Default are more like, I don't know, Applebee's of RPGs, where it's not quite fast food, but it's still kind of, you just go in there to go there, and you know, you're not really looking at the fine details and you know, sniffing the wine for the fine subtle notes or anything like that. You're just kind of going in to eat, and that's fine, you know? Trails is fast food RPG. Sorry. I know there are Trails fans. One second, I need to go grab something I forgot to do real quick. Okay. You know, the Trails of developer writer guy said that there's like 2, maybe 3 games left before they finish up the story, so who knows? Maybe that's not the case. Yeah, I've heard Dispatch is really good. It's made by the same people that made the the Grim Fairy Tale modern take thing. Shit, I forget what it's called. Anyway, I'm gonna apply some liquid Band-Aid to my thumb real quick. Because it should be fine, but like, I just want to make sure I'm not. Not bleeding all over my controller later on today, you know? Oh, it's fine. It needed some time to heal. I hate lotion. I had about 50 recommendations for some kind of moisturizer to put on my skin after I talked about my thumb. And it's like, I've tried so many good moisturizers and things, and I hate the feel of it. Yeah, we'll get to there. We'll get to that in a minute, Crixie. It's on the docket once I'm finished. Played Isaac, thank you for the sub gift to Stalker. "13th try Mage Master? No, I'm going for number 1. Yeah, I don't know why would they think something is up, even though I gave them no indication that I'm doing anything, but they definitely know it's happening, so... Once this is dry, I'll give them treats. I'm more okay with chapstick on my lips because I also hate dry lip feeling, and I do have dry lips, so I do apply lip balm, or in this case, like a hydrating lip repair. This is actually lip repair. Aquaphor. That's what I use. And honestly, I hate chapstick and lip balm. I've also heard that they put, like, what was it? Fiberglass in chapstick back in the day. I don't know if they still do it. In order to make your lips actually hurt more, so you would end up using more of it. Yeah. It's kind of like how Coke and soda has tons of salt in it. The reason is to make you more thirsty. That's why it's loaded with sugar. Normally, before, Coke did not have a bunch of sugar in it. It just had a lot of salt, but it was too salty, so they added tons of sugar to cover up the salt. That's why it's bad. Part of the reason why it's bad. But yeah, soda is just basically loads and loads of sugar and salt. And salt is important, but Yeah, you can get it elsewhere. But anyway, yeah, I use the Aquaphor because it's like a lip repair thing, and I have dry lips, so, and I'm fine with it on my lips, which is actually weird because I hate my lips being touched. Like, I hate my lips being touched. Hate it so much. It's like, don't touch my lips. Just don't. You know? And I with the hands, obviously, not with, you know, like kissing is fine and all that kind of stuff. So you would think that the lip balm thing would be, you know, something I wouldn't want, but it's fine. I hate dry lips anyway, which I have. I believe in you, Playtastic. Cut it out. Cut all soda out. 1 can every other day. That's pretty good. That's a good step. I drink soda once, maybe like a year, and it's usually with rum. Yeah, if you don't keep it in your house, then it's easier to avoid it. All right, it's dry. Kitties want treats? Meow. Nom 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 nom. Chi, Maya, Coconut, Mia, Raven, and Ginger, and then Cecil's nowhere to be found. No, I don't see why I would ever want to do the jump rope ever. Like, why would I want to do that? Why? Which one's Coconut again? Yeah, good one. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, you guys went through those so fast. Oh my god, Maya, no wonder Chi chases you around. Jeez. God damn, Maya's the new, like, treat ninja. You might have remembered Rena before she passed away. Rena, like ninja'd so many treats during treat time. And Maya's doing the same thing, man. She's just like, shoom, shoom, shoom. That's Maya, the tortoiseshell. That's Maya. She's the one that constantly sleeps up here. Like, I'll be in the middle of a stream and I'll be fighting a boss, and then Maya insists on getting up on my shoulder. That's Maya. Same one. Honestly, Playtastic, you're 100% accurate on that. Yeah, it used to be like Raven and Coconut would be the treat ninjas, and now Maya's just like, hold my beer. Oh, Ginger found one underneath the fan there. He's a Beverly Hills ninja. No name. Coconut? He's Beverly Hills ninja. Oh shit. Like my treat. Bitch. And this is why Coconut has no friends. This is this is why Coconut has no friends. Because he just bops anybody. Oh. Oh, that's a very common Coconut thing, to be fair. But he's usually just a lot more well-behaved when it comes to treat time.
Sardines!
Aw, you yeeted it, the poor little mousy. You just take it somewhere else and set it free. Thank you, Doc, for the Dog for the 100 bits. I love my cats too. They're all my precious little babies. Oh, here comes Cecil. Buddy, you want some treats? Here. Oh, no, he ran away. As soon as I pulled out the treats, he bolted. He wasn't here for that. He likes the treats. He's Cecil. What can I say? What? Buddy. No, I could not rub his belly right now. But I could take him and go, hey, how's it going? And just be like, belly rubs. But if I tried to rub his belly on the floor like that, he would definitely go ape shit. Oh, Coconut, he's very, like, go with the flow. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, you're just gonna stay here now. And he's just like, all right. Can you let go? Can you let go? See, he doesn't want to let go. He's like, no, I'm here forever now. We have a few cat boxes, yes. We clean them regularly. The house does not smell like a cat toilet. I always get so offended when I put it back down, especially Coconut, because if he had it his way, his face would just be on my face all the time, because, like, that's just Coconut. I mean, I've had him since he was just a couple months old. So, he's 9 years old. I mean, he's very attached to me, as well as Ginger, who promptly left after he got his treats because, you know, Ginger. What? All right, your bed's coming back over, so you better watch it. Nah, he's just gonna sit there for a bit. All right, let me put these away, and then we'll get rolling on Final Fantasy IX. I captured a little jerk on the way over. Ice Planastic, yeah. I mean, Ben, would that be such a bad thing? Final Fantasy 9 cats? It's Final Fantasy 9 cats. Craigsy, drive safe. We'll see you when you get home. Chi? Oh yeah, Chi is tiny. I think she was the runt of the litter, and that's why she's missing her eye. Basically, it grew in like all, like it wasn't growing in at all. It was just this mess. So we had to get it removed and sealed up. But yeah, I mean, she's like 4 years old, and this is how big she is. That's it. I think she's, what, 10 pounds? 11 pounds? No, 8 pounds. You know, I forget. Look at her, she's just hanging out. Tea. Such a good kitty. Nah, she loves me. She's absolutely attached to me. She would, like, every now and again she doesn't want to be picked up, fine, right? You know, but like, she's happiest when she's near me. Her name is that's a good name for a tiny kitty, Peanut. Yeah, she is the one that's always on my desk. I have a bed at my desk. Like right here, and not this one, not that one, not this one over here where the treats are. Like right on my desk where most people would have their keyboard, I have a cat bed, and she is in there 90% of the time. All right. You guys want to play Final Fantasy 9 or nah? Yeah, I would love to have a cat tower like right here. You know, just so like they could be hopping up or whatever behind me, but I got my games there, man. Like there's no space. I could take that bookshelf off, but then you wouldn't be able to see all the cool stuff on it. Actually, you should be able to see one of the things I got for Christmas, all these little Earthbound figures. And there's a Mega Man X that I got as well. There you go. You can't really see them very well, but they're little Earthbound figures here. And then a Mega Man X figure that's like shooting a buster that I got for Christmas. But yeah, you know, wouldn't have that over there. I'd have a cat tree instead. Not to mention, if I put a cat tree there, all this stuff, it's coming down. It's coming down because Chi will get up there and knock everything down. Oops, that's the old one. There we go. Oh, it's happened, yeah. The reason that I have the printy, it's like the printy, like they have the fanny pack thing. I got that with the Disgaea 1 complete collector's edition. I put that at the edge there because she was jumping from here up there, and I needed to block that off so she didn't crawl all the way around and knock things off, which she did during Tales of Destiny. Also, by the way, yeah, it didn't take too long, did it? It didn't take too long. Coconut's already vegging. Yep, Chigo's exploring. There we go. That's the one. I'm just watching her knock everything down. Back when I still had context I could afford. My hair was way too long too. There is a part 2. Yep. Alright. Final Fantasy 9. Now that we've been properly distracted for a good period of time. Welcome in, everybody, to the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, day 26, and the start of Final Fantasy 9. In fact, I actually forgot to post in the Fiesta Discord, so let me get that really quick as well. So the way we do it is every time we start a game, like a new game, we post in the Fiesta Discord to let people know, hey, we're starting this game. All right. Yeah, what's up, Yagamoth? Thanks for the good luck. Okay. Whew. No, Norigram, what's going on? You can actually watch for once. Final Fantasy 9! Let's go. Chad did not rat on G, yeah. Hell yeah, Eagle Falcon. What's up, bud? And boat is Splinters. Nothing broke. So I have a Mega Man bobblehead here, and I want to say I had to super glue the arm back on, and she broke it again, and I have to super glue it again, and I just haven't gotten to it. If you look closely, you could probably tell that he doesn't have the second arm there, if you can even see him. But it's the right arm that's broken off. But I mean, the arm was already broken from it just being old. It's like a 30-year-old bobblehead that I got. I think I got it working at EB Games back in the day. Get equipped with glue arm. Everything else is plushy, so it can't really break. Well, I actually take that back. I have a few complete in box games, like there's Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Collector's Edition. There's the well, I had to take off Legacy of the Wizard and a couple other box games because of similar issues. Hey, Putty, thank you for 53 months. 17 inches of Sephiroth could have broken, but thankfully did not. Come on, Zero, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? We just started Final Fantasy IX, so yeah, welcome in. Orin, I'm not sure what that is or who that is, but thank you for the name. You say no to Mage Master? No. I reject your reality and replace it with my own. Oh my god, I forgot to turn the battle speed up. Alright. Whoa! Boom, boom, boom! Just everything, back to back. Potion, wrist, Mage Masher. Common, uncommon, rare, steel. Like that. So it was like the second or so year of the Fiesta. I did a first try Mage Master steal. It was like I think it was the first Fiesta because I remember making a big deal about it. Like speedrunners eat your heart out kind of thing. So it's not the best Mage Master luck I've had, but it's damn good. Yeah, I lost about, what, 5 hours on 7 and FF8, so we're actually less than an hour apart right now. Makes me worried because FF9, he's also better than me at, so I'll probably be behind by the end of this. By the way, if you fail the correct dialogue inputs for this 100 times, somebody comes in and explains it. Supposedly. I don't... I don't remember.
What a stupid mission.
We're gonna kidnap Queen Broad. Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 188 bids. This is 64 times? Gotcha. Ruby comes in, yeah. That's a low-flying airship. I'd be worried about my chimney. Permission to buzz the castle. I hate the stealing mechanic in this game. I think it's garbage. I think it's the worst in Final Fantasy. The worst part about stealing in this game is that it has a tremendous amount of value to it. And I hate that it's so uncommon. And even with the stealing passive, it's just really low rate. I hate it. Yes, Chimney Cricket. Yeah, stealing having use is good. That's why I think FF10 did it best. Stealing has good use, but it's also kind of more of a guaranteed thing. Oh yeah. Oh, let me check my abilities. Okay. Yeah, so the way stealing works in Final Fantasy X is that it's a guaranteed 100% chance the first time you steal, and then it goes down 50% each time. So 50, 25, 12 and a half, so et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And every steal has a decent value to it, you know? But some steals are kind of just like, you know, potions or some small things. But they all have their values in like customizing or crafting or something, you know? And then the sign falls and cracks Vivi's skull open and he dies, roll credits. What party am I aiming for? Probably some more of the same where I have to, but the thing is that I have to learn all summons. So there's a good chance that I'll either utilize Garnet and Aiko at least a little bit, or I will use them in my party. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I do have to, what do you call it? Like learn all summons, so I don't know how I'll decide to manage that. Let's save, Kupo. Jobe, thank you for 115 friggin' months, dude. Damn. I'm summoning every fiber of my being to not reach to the internet and slap you in the face, Dracorius. There's the summon. I think it's just the low resolution, no Gib, more than anything else. But yeah. Because the game is already pretty low res, and then they have this tiny little image, and it's like... Thank you, DJ. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I agree, Chobin. I think most of them were decently okay. I mean, it's a treasure hunt, right? You gotta hunt for the treasure, you know? That's the best waifu of the game.
Party!
Thank you, Playdice, for the 311 bits. And of course, I'm talking about Braun, not Beatrix or Garnet, obviously. She's a freaking child, man. She gets like super excited over fireworks and a little ditty.
Burn to the ground!
Is we're not burning everything to the ground just yet. Thank you, Node, for the 177 bits. Ladies and gentlemen, and also Queen Braun. Because she's neither a lady nor a gentle person. I want to be your cannery. You can put peaches and tuna and whatever you want inside me. Excalibur 2 is impossible to do with the Fiesta rules. So the way Fiesta works is that we're not allowed to run away from any encounter. And we also have all these other rules right here that we have to abide by. Can't glitch or step route. This is on PlayStation. We wouldn't use fast forward even if we could. So Excalibur 2 is more of a meme challenge weapon. It's not technically Steiner's Ultimate. Steiner's Ultimate is really the Ragnarok, the one you get from the Chocobo Cold Chocograph. That's his actual ultimate. You know, one bit I will say is I think they did a really good job of implementing the whole play thing, you know? I think it's really neat. As a note, I have done Excalibur 2. We did it a few years back. And I did it on PlayStation, of course, because any other version is just, you know, could be questioned whether or not you did it because of fast-forward tricks and things that you can do. All right. Time for me to fail miserably at this. Already screwed it up twice now. Way to go. You succeeded, Player Nastic. It was very easy for you to mess me up this year. Wow, I did terribly this time.
This is awful.
That's 5 mess ups. Thank you, Plane Asking for the 212 bits. I'm doing this again. I already messed up. Oh my god. It's the pressure. The pressure's getting to me.
Good boy.
Thank you, Grim, for the 266 bits. Come on.
For real?
Do I have to like get X right before he'll go away? I thought you could just mash through it.
Sloppy.
Thank you, Phobos, for the 298 bits. I'm just trying to skip through it so I can do it again. There we go. All right, one more try.
Surprise, bitch! Oh man, we got him good. See, look at his eyes. Hee-haw. Fuck!
Two mess ups. Whatever. I'll take it. That's gotta be like 70 though, yeah. Oh well. Rip. Thank you, Chris, for the 777 bits, and Dragon Knight, thank you for the sub gift. Yeah, I failed. I can never get that. Like, during the thing about the Fiesta is that you get like one try, right? Like it's 1 year apart between your tries. And so I just always...
What a stupid mission.
Thank you, Grim, for the 188 bits. Yeah. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. I'm bad at those. No, I think you have to nail all of them, and you have to nail them all very quickly as well, because you have like a time limit or something.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Sure. Thank you, Tiger, for the 211 bits. My ego has been hurt very, very minorly. So the thing is there's impressing 100 nobles, and then there's also impressing Queen Braun, and that requires a little bit more. I think you get like a moonstone or something, which is not that big of a deal.
I'm a sucker for a good bang.
He doesn't even know it's Garnet. Thank you, Player Nasty, for the 569 bits. Yeah, 5K, I do believe is the right amount.
Whoa! Hold it right there.
Whoa! Hold it right there. You aren't allowed to just see the queen like that. Thank you, Plain Asking, for the 222 bids. The theme? What's the theme between them? Between the two clowns? His name is not Rusty, it's Rusty. Yeah, I mean, the game comes out in February, so yeah. Oh, Weewa with the godly tier 3, 115 months. Thank you very much. Womp, 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 womp. Ah. The Knights of Pluto because they are so far out. Thank you, Tiger, for the 500 bids. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Was this way, right? This is the first time? That's the second time.
I'm coming.
He is. He's gonna go get Garnet. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 300. Oh, I need to do something here.
I'm coming.
I think he can do that. He can use what? 8? Yeah. That's 6. Okay. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 377 bids twice. So we're supposed to get all the things, as you can see up here, but we can only also use half AP. So that means, and like he has 17 AP, we can only use 8.
What are you?
Thank you, Plain Eyes, for the 299 and the 456 bits.
I'm coming.
And the 377 bits. Thank you. Here comes Rusty right into the tower. Oh man. Thank you, Plain Eyes, for the 300 bits. I think the reason I was like always weird about this game is I didn't particularly care for the character designs, particularly Steiner, but he's kind of grown on me. I mean, he's meant to be a sort of comedy relief, right? So way to tell a story there, Plain Eyes. Like that was good. Good storytelling. What in tarnation? He's a good cookie until you get back to Alexandria in Disc 3, and he's like, you guys are common, worthless scum, get out of my castle, even though we work together to save the princess and protect the world or whatever. Yeah, good people. Good people. Honestly, I feel like Steiner's a little irredeemable in most cases, but that's just me. I wish to be kidnapped right away. Okay. It's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, Steiner has a sense of duty, and his duty may be a little misplaced, but it's there. This is a motif of Melodies of Life, by the way, which is Garnet's theme and the theme of Final Fantasy IX. And then they all fall on top of each other. I don't know, if I smacked you in the head with a hammer, I'm pretty sure it would hurt.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
They can play it as with 468 bits.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Now's our chance. Oh, rip, Garnet, she dead.
You've killed me.
Wow.
Good.
They can play it as with the 211 bits and the 599 bits. Yep, Garnet dead. Rip. Rip run.
What a stupid mission.
Stupid mission of burning her alive, apparently. Thank you, Play Ask with 188 bits. I feel like it wouldn't take that quick of a time for her to realize that she was on fire, you know? Oh, there was a hype train apparently. I missed that. Hey, how about that? Thank you for the hype train. Choo-choo. Yeah. Can't you steal something from this version of Steiner? Nope, because you only get sound. It's the other version, the previous version. There's like a leather chest or something you can get. Only a flesh wound! What's up, No Gib? How did he fit that many oblogs in the? They're mushy. They're squishy. They can squish. FF9 battle music's your favorite? I like it.
Whoa! Hold it right there.
Say hello to my enormous friend.
Boom! They can play it as with the 222 bits and the 711 bits. Amazing. I don't think I actually have to attack in this fight. I think you can just wait for him to grow. Thank you, Playing As with the 711 and the 222 bits. Thank you. He wasn't enormous at first. He was small at first. Watch out! Watch out! Thank you, Playing As with 1,055 bits. Watch out! He's a big boy now. Yeah, I don't remember if I actually have to hit Steiner here or not, so I'm just to make sure. But I think it's actually that he just needs his turns, but yeah. It's a bomb! Now he's definitely an enormous friend.
Surprise, bitch! Oh man, we got him good.
See, look at his eyes. Oh, they can play it as with the 777 bits.
Yeah.
Damn! Good timing.
Burn to the ground!
Wow. Wow. They did not burn to the ground, though. I regret to inform you. Thank you, Playhouse, for the 300 bits and the 177 bits and the 777 bits. Get wrecked. Well, rip all the people that live there. Thank you, Playhouse, for the 299 bits. The house is gonna burn to the ground, yeah. Thank you for another 177 bits. Damn. Thank you. 177 bits. Thank you. Now it's time for Plot Trigger Confusion with your host, Final Fantasy IX. Sponsored by Play Online. Oh my god. I think I have that Play Online guide somewhere, I think. If it is, it's over there. Well, half the band is dead. You know, it's funny because I know I have a few guides of a few games, but like I never really was big on guides. So I don't know like when or how I got any of them at all, ever. You don't have anything I want, so that works out. Right, I gotta go get them first. I'm gonna save it because that was a lot of cutscenes. Oh, I mean, if you want the hundo, you basically need a guide. There's no way to really get it otherwise. It's one of those weirdly you need a guide kind of things. I think it was done intentionally because it was almost like they wanted to punish people for insisting upon the X2 situation, you know? Maybe even not like the fans. Maybe they wanted to maybe they did it intentionally like that because they were mad at having to make X2 to begin with. You know what I mean? Like it could have been an executive decision and they're like, dude, this is not a game that needs a sequel. It's not how this works. It's complete in itself. And so they kind of did it that way on purpose. I don't know. There's obviously a huge tone shift and quality shift. So who can say? Oh yeah, I forgot the Mage Masher. That's because you might not know this, Blackbearded, but the way 100% is counted is by how much of the cutscenes that you watch, not how much you actually do. It's about the cutscenes, yeah. Yeah. But I stole some stuff that was useful there. Oh well. So if you mash through any of the dialogue, that's it. No 100%. I mean, you can technically get about like 102 or 105% in a single playthrough because there is a little bit of excess, and there's a total of like 116% worth of cutscenes you can get. But that's because of different paths you can take, like New Yevon or the other faction or whatever, and you can get different cutscenes. So New Game Plus gives you like a 15% wiggle room ish. But yeah, it's not a whole lot. What the hell? Did I get turned around? Square didn't need to make up for lost money because they merged with Enix. Well, I guess their debts become Enix's debts, but I don't know about that. I mean, like, the thing is that whole situation was resolved before the merger. Please no, Drac. Please no. But main Final Fantasy games just need to stay, like, they just need to ride the solo train. Just the main game, that's it. Maybe a couple DLC stories like FF16 has. That's it. That's all you need. You don't even need those DLC stories. FF15 was a little bit much, but at least that was mostly fine too. But yeah, no sequels, no spin-offs, no continuing the thing. Part of the reason why you love these games and these stories so much is because they're so well crafted and the ending leaves you wanting more, but you don't get more. That's important. It's important that they leave you wanting more. You're not supposed to get more, you're supposed to want more. There's a big difference there. And when you get more, it compromises what you had to begin with. Let it be, just let it be. No sequels, no spin-offs, none of that. Just the game and let it be. That's all. We don't need a Chrono Trigger sequel, or we don't need a Final Fantasy 9 sequel, or any of that. Just let it be. Yeah, the actual length of X2 is extremely short. The 100%ing of it is extremely long, because the game is like 95% side content. Do not do Tidal Flame, it's a bad idea. He didn't get the boot. He retired. Well, he didn't retire, he left. Like, that was just part of the merger, you know? He was the CEO or whatever, you know? There's not room for two CEOs. But yeah, every Final Fantasy is made complete. There isn't a need for a sequel. Which also just leans further into the whole FF7 remake is not a sequel thing. I don't know how people managed to come up with the sequel theory of FF7 remake, because like there's nothing in there that suggests that it is. I feel like people that believe in the sequel theory of FF7 remake didn't understand FF7 to begin with, because all the answers to their questions are literally part of the lore of the original. Trance is the worst limit system. It sure is. Yeah, pretty much, Queena. That's exactly how it happened. They wanted cheaper projects for a larger profit margin, and so we got a lot of low effort, low quality sequel spin-off games. And to be fair, there's a couple in there that aren't terrible. But generally speaking, that's why we have all of that. Not because it made sense, but because they were selling out Final Fantasy. Do we have a useful trance counter? Why? It's gonna be 0. We'll celebrate when we get a useful trance, and like that'll be that, you know? Like it'll be a party, everybody will know. I mean, my take is that narratively speaking, X2, 13.2, Revenant Wings, all of that stuff does not exist. Even the compilation of FF7, I think, from a narrative perspective, is doo-doo, and it just makes the whole setup worse. But what I like about Remake is that they take all of those things from the extended universe of FF7 and they implement them in a way that's a lot better. So I don't care about them being in Remake. But what I cared about Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus is the writing was bad. It was just bad writing, bad storytelling, bad narratives. And so by taking that stuff just as a name concept and then implementing it in a way that's much better written, I'm fine with it because it appeases the people that like Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, and it makes me happy because it's just well-written stuff, you know? And it doesn't make it super cheesy, bad, hokey kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And X2 is kind of the same thing if they ever did like a full-on FF10 remake and they wanted to implement X2 stuff and set that up, you know, as long as they implemented it in a way that made sense, I'd be fine with it. But as it stands, it's very awkward. And it's not even like, you know, it's necessarily bad, it's just bad for Final Fantasy terms, you know? Because Final Fantasy is known for some extremely strong narratives, writing, storytelling, and those very low-effort stories compromise that. It's the same deal with like the GBA content for like FF6 and stuff with Dragon's Den. There's no point to it, there's no value in it, there's no good designs in it, it's just dungeon for the sake of dungeon without it being well crafted and thought out. And it just makes it worse, you know? It's like if you have a steak and then you put cat poop on it, it's not a very good steak anymore, is it? You know? Or I guess in this case it'd be like taking a steak and then putting ketchup on it. Like you can scrape off the ketchup if you want to, but it's still gonna be a worse steak. Funny enough, Trance, that actually makes more sense than the Jack Braska one. Because with the Jack Braska one, they'd have to manufacture a lot of drama that doesn't exist in the story. But with Nugent, Barreleye, and Gipple, you could actually make up whatever you wanted because there is no history there. There is no information there. So you can just do whatever you wanted. I feel like it would need to take place in a part of Spear that has not been, like, seen. Or a different continent or something, you know? If the extra content is painful, I don't want to do it. Yeah, you know, there's like this fine line with side content where you need to make it good and compelling, but you can't make it too compelling because if it has like main storytelling in it, then it's not side content, is it? Right? Or at least not from a story perspective. So, like if you make side content, you need to make it interesting enough that you want to draw players in, but you can't have too much main story in there, or else it should have been part of the main story, the required bits, right? That's why it's fine. That's why side content is always kind of sort of generic. And I think it's very, very important. And I think not enough people realize that. that side content can't, by its nature, have too much main storytelling. You can have universe building, you can have some like elaborations on some stuff, but you can't have too much because then it should have just been part of the main plot. And that's one of my problems with like Legend of Heroes games, is that sometimes it feels like there's more story in the side content than there is in the actual main story, you know, and that's a problem. There can be different subplots in the side content, and there usually is, but it usually ends up being very simple subplots, like, thieves stole my goods, can you go get them back? And then when you get back and it's like, yeah, these goods were actually medicine for my sick son, and so getting them back means he'll survive or whatever, or something like that. That's not, obviously it's a very simple subplot, and it's not really a whole deal, but it's there at least. That's Platinum Rebirth, right? Platinum on Rebirth? Hell yeah. Congrats. That's a big one. Congratulations. That was definitely my biggest struggle as well for the Platinum. Yep, I think that's really important to know. I think that's something that people forget, best friends, is that like the game is supposed to be about Noctis, and so when you don't see all this like sub-story about other characters doing their things, they think it's incomplete, and it's not. I do believe you could probably get save file downloads if you wanted to, Tiger, but I don't know how to do that or how that would work. Especially for PC, it would be very easy. But I think you would want it on your file, not taking somebody else's file, right? It just feels like it's yours, you know? You want it to be yours. I think you would have to have somebody log in. You'd have to have like cloud save, right? And then somebody logs into your FF, like a Sony profile, plays Rebirth that way, and then you can just log back in and voila. So you could have anybody do that at that point. You wouldn't have to hire somebody or anything weird. I can chop, right? Like, I'm afraid to do anything because I don't know what, I forget what the incentives are. I'm afraid to just freaking shop, man. This is what the Fiesta does to me. This is what the Fiesta does to me. Every time I go to do something to improve my characters, I'm just like, wait, am I allowed to do this? Like shopping, equipping things. And I just sit there and think about it. Oh yeah, we only have half AP this year. Okay, we can do everything else. All right. Man, it's like, even when I play Final Fantasy off the Fiesta, I'm sitting here going like, wait, am I allowed to do that? They're the best save. I agree, Jazzy. You'll have no argument from me on that one. The save points in this are the best ever. But then again, I do have a certain affinity for Moogles, right? There's a guy in the FF10 Reddit who will do the choco races for you. So the chocobo hot and cold, not hot and cold, chocobo catcher. Honestly, Chocobo Catcher is not that bad. It's infuriating because of how poorly designed it is, but it really doesn't take you that many tries to like actually get it. It's not that bad. I believe in you, Tiger. You know, there are ways of breaking the game, and if you want those accolades on your save file, just look up guides, look up strategies. It's fine. There's no shame in looking up something. like how to build your characters or how to exploit super awesome moves or whatever. There's no shame in that. It's a single player game. Play it however you want to. You don't need to like have some kind of, you know, like hardcore mentality in order to feel proud about something. Oh, right, I forget. Well, difficulty-wise, the Platinum's not bad, but it is extremely time-consuming, yes. What the hell? 8 hours? Man, I mean, I struggle with Chocobo Hot or the Chocobo Catcher, but 8 hours? It's usually like, you know, 15 minutes, maybe half an hour. Damn it, where the hell am I going? I'm trying to find the damn plot trigger, but it's this way. Oh, for sure, Yagamoth. But I'm the same way. I want to figure it out myself. I want to do it myself. I want to overcome and accomplish the challenge on my own. And I try to do that. But not everybody is like that. And nobody should feel shame about looking up guides or anything like that. On how to play or how to exploit things or whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, everybody plays to their own specifications and their own interests. And you shouldn't feel guilty for playing the way that you want to play. I want to say there was still something up here. No, there's not. Okay. Nah, scrotums, that shit is just garbage because there's a tremendous amount of RNG in the placement. There are spreads of balloons that you literally just cannot win, and the movement is extremely janky. Not to mention, the final thing is that there's arbitrary borders that are not visible on the track. And it's got this weird, like, as when it goes into the open field, it's like thin and then spreads out and then comes back in and then turns, and you don't know where that field is, and you can just be hitting it and you're not even knowing it, even though it's open. It's just a shitty mini game that's really, really terrible. That's not the hard part, scrotums. The hard part is not the first 3 balloons that you're pretty much guaranteed in the beginning. The hard part is when the birds start coming at you and flying up your ass and you can't do anything about it. And then however she moves, how the birds come in, where the balloons are, it's all RNG. And you're just gonna get screwed 99% of the time. Yeah, like I said, Minji, it won't take too long with a little bit of patience, but the RNG makes it infuriating to do. And you like get stunned for like half an hour whenever you get hit, plus you lose 3 points, and it's just like, good lord, man. You want to know the fun thing about that mini game? Is it's made by the same person, from what I understand. It's made by the same person that made Tetramaster and all the other mini games in Final Fantasy that everybody hates. Pat, little FF7 reference. People hate Tetramaster? Oh yeah. Yes, quite a bit. Yeah, Tetramaster is a very hated minigame as well. Tetramaster has no rules, and it makes no sense, and then it has a tremendous amount of RNG. Every interaction is plus or minus 50%, and so you can have the best card that counters the worst card, and the worst card can still win, technically. You know? No, we don't use mods. We play on hardware. Well, I very rarely use mods, and they're usually because of a special sort of thing. Like a unlocked incentive or something. But yeah, we're playing on hardware, so this is PlayStation. But yeah, none of the rule sets actually make sense in Tetramaster. they kind of do, but every guide usually says things like, this is kind of how it works, but not really, and then just hope. Not to mention the cards that you get are also random because the arrows could be different for every time you get the same card. So you get a rare card and have a totally different card. Basically, it's crazy. No, you're fine, General. You're fine. You're fine. Welcome in. Enjoy the Final Fantasy Fiesta. This is our annual race through the entire Final Fantasy series. So we've already beaten Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 remake, Dirge of Cerberus, 8, and 9 in that order because we did 6 twice. So yeah, welcome in. And then we got a bunch of Final Fantasies left to go. So if you like Final Fantasy, you're in the right place because every year starting December 1st, we do this race where we're not allowed to run away from encounters and we have lots of challenges and bonuses and objectives. You can see them all right here. And they're different every year. And this is our 10th anniversary of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Thank you, Weewa, for the sub gift to General. Thank you. Oh, are you playing Final Fantasy? Oh, that's right. You said you were playing Final Fantasy X. Hell yeah. We'll be doing all of that stuff, the weapons and all the post-game stuff, so you'll see a lot of Final Fantasy X, which will be nice because it's so fresh in your mind. You might see some things that are pretty interesting on how we tackle it. Because I know a lot about Final Fantasy X. A lot. An unhealthy amount. You know what I think I like the least about Final Fantasy IX's combat, aside from the exceedingly long, slow movement of everything, is the fact that your best damage dealer has steel. I wouldn't go after Wakas anyway, although I will say that there are ways of making Blitzball much more reasonable. I can tell you all about them if you want, but I'll leave that for you to decide if you want that. But even when it's tolerable, it's still, ugh. Well, this is not good. Could you stop doing that? Thanks. Faster than drawing magic? Blitzball? Maybe one match, but getting Waka's weapon through a Blitzball requires like, what, 40 matches or something? So, not faster. I should have gained a level with DJ before I started this. That's my bad. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? Such bullshit. Well, it reset my ATB. I had potion queued on Orin and it reset my turn selection. That's fine. I'm just gonna kill this thing because, dude, how many times is he gonna cast Thunder? No, because you have to like win. You have to win a cup first before it'll reset the prize pool. And then even if you manipulate the prize pool, you have to like do resets until it allows it. So then you have to go through another series, not to mention there's another situation where you have to play games in order to like unlock the ability to get the prize pools and stuff like that. And so overall it takes like 40 or so some odd games or something like that. Like it's not a small amount. Yes, beating the local goers on the first play gives you a strength sphere, which is an insane item. A strength sphere puts a 4 strength on an empty node, and strength stat scale exponentially in FF10. So at first you won't notice a big difference, but by the end of the game you'll be doing the difference between like 2,000 and 4,000 damage per hit kind of thing. It's an incredible get. It's very, very good. There. Screw this boss. You got it? Nice, Minji. That's a very difficult game to win. Because the goers actually are extra special aggressive in that game. They cheat a lot more, and their stats are way higher than yours. Also, if you have a winning score, they will go a lot more aggressive. And so actually winning that match is not easy. Most of the time you have to exploit, or you have to know exactly what you're doing. And even then, you still can just lose. If you don't want to use an exploit, which is like hiding behind the goalie so the AI doesn't try to get you, the best thing to do is give the ball to Jasu, who's faster than everybody else, in order to run away from everything. And you just run around until you have an opportunity to throw the ball past everybody to Titus or Waka, depending on what part of the match you're on, and then just run right up to the goal and score right at the last second. Then they don't have enough time to actually score again against you. And you can do that with both Titus and Waka, because at the 2-minute time in the second quarter, Waka will come in, and you have another blitz off at that point, which gives you an opportunity. So every time you score a goal, the opposite team will always win blitz off. Otherwise, it's a 50-50. And if you do the cutscene where Waka comes in, it resets that, so you get another 50-50 instead of it being the guaranteed, thing. So you want to score with Titus right before Waka comes in, and hold that. The blitz off goes off, the scene happens, and then you get a regular 50-50 blitz off and hope that you win that one. Do the same thing, throw it to Waka, score again. Otherwise, getting the ball back can be pretty difficult. The alternative is giving the ball to anybody and then hiding behind the goalie, and the AI won't come after you. Can you win without Jack Shot? Absolutely. Yeah, I do it all the time. Jack Shot is just a very, very sure win. So the thing about Jack Shot is it knocks out 2 defenders without doing any math. So if you have 2 people defending the goal, which is a very common amount of people defending a goal, you can just knock them out with Jack Shot, and there's no other shot that does that. But Titus's shot score is already pretty high, so if you don't have those defenders, which if you're doing Jasu strats, then yeah, you're fine. Because you'll typically throw the ball over everybody who's chasing you. I will say, even without Guardians, though, I think you have Sphere Shot with Titus, and I would say that it's a little unreliable just because, the math is wild. It's just like Tetramaster, where everything's a plus 50%, plus or minus 50% on everything, right? So yeah. Oh, I'm out of coffee, damn. Hell yeah, Yagamoth. But yeah, Sphere Shot is just a little more unreliable than Jack Shot, that's all. Now's not the time to be getting stoned, Blank. Twitch be twitching. That's alright, Lamb Gwyn. Oh, you should be able to watch VODs to get streaks back, though. It's really a blank canvas, but tis. I mean, if gold needles are to believe like how they work, it's anything that it touches, right? Any singular object. So I mean, a lot. It depends on if each leaf counts or if each tree is the thing. Thank you, Espers, for 27 months. How's Rusty supposed to fit in the tent? It's like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside. I don't know, you know, stretches. Actually, if you take off all of his armor, he's very skinny. He's very tiny. Very lean. Yeah, lean. That's why he has so many, you know, like, issues. He's got, like, small man syndrome kind of thing, you know? Gosh, bro, you sure know a lot. Oh, he gave us a flute so we can call on him to save the game on the field map. All right. We definitely want to abuse that, right? Oh, so let's test it out. Press square to save on the field on the world map. Hey, there he is. All right. Nah, I don't need to save. Don't call on me if you don't need me, Kupo. Let's see if it'll come again. All right, bye. Oh, this is funny. So just come on over. Hey, can I help you? Nah. Don't call me if you don't need me, Kupo. Okay, bud. Oh, what a silly little Moogle. It just comes every single time. What a guy. Yep, he just comes every single time. What a helpful little Moogle. You're starting to tick me off, Kupo. I'm sharpening my knife, Kupo. Okay, we'll save it. Is this the one with Chocobo Forest? No, that's the Chocobo Forest. I'm gonna fight battle here. Gizmo look? It could be a little rough. Honestly, the beginning of this game is just rough in general. You have very little resources, and the game just throws a lot of damage at you at the beginning. I mostly just want to get DJ and Garnet a level and see how close they are before I go into the dungeon. Just cause it can be rough. Yeah. Alright, let's do one more. Just because it allows me to gain a couple levels very quickly, it allows me to save. Five-minute battle intro. Really? Okay. Oh, shit. I did forget to put fast disk speed on. Well, the link is correct. Honestly, I should just take out the year, and it'd be fine. There. How the command works all the time. From my understanding, the fast disk speed simply rotates the disk at the rate in which PS2 games are normally rotated at. And that it slows down for the PS1 games. So the way you learn abilities, Tavatendo, is that you equip gear, and you learn abilities through fighting monsters, and then you have an AP stat that you can equip those abilities with, and that AP will be halved. So if it's like here, oops. See the 14 points? Damn it. The 14, oh my fucking god. The 14 points with the little shiny thing, I can only use 7 of those. Right now I don't have any abilities, obviously, but I'll learn a bunch as I go. So I can only use 7 of the 14 ability points that I have. Honestly, I'm debating resetting the game and turning fast disk speed on because I feel like it might actually be faster. So we outlined it in Discord already, Punny. The way it works is that each chapter has some jobs assigned to it, and every time we clear a chapter, we'll unlock a set of jobs that we roll on to randomly get a job. So basically each chapter has assigned jobs to it, and then each chapter will roll for one of those jobs. And then as far as like how we unlock those jobs, we're allowed to grind the jobs out, but we cannot equip or use JP in any of those trees. So like, let's say I need to get Archer, but I only have Squire, obviously, so I grind out a level of Knight in a random battle, finish the battle, now I have Archer. Well, I haven't decided if I'm going to do Ozma or not. A lot of it tells me that I could really gain a lot that way. Not to mention, it would allow me to essentially not worry about using Garnet and Ico very much, and then just get their AP through Ragtime Mouse and the Friendly Monster Quest or whatever. And that way, I could use my preferred party with the same strategies and not miss out on levels. Bum, 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 bum.
Burn to the ground!
Hey, you can play it as 177 bids. Got an encounter anyway. Rusty knife, but Rusty uses a sword. No, Excalibur 2 is kind of more of a meme challenge weapon. It's not technically Steiner's ultimate. Steiner's ultimate is the Ragnarok or whatever it is. Also, it's impossible with the rule set that we have. We're not allowed to run away from encounters, so getting the Excalibur 2 is impossible with what we do in the Fiesta. Oh boy, Mage Masher 2, Electric Boogaloo. Actually, the Mage Masher there is good because when we get to Trino, actually, we'll have some synthesis options, and there's like a lot of Mage Mashers that are used in synthesis. Ba-ding! Oh, I learned fire. Honestly, like that's the biggest deterrent for me of whether or not I want to do Ozma to get the full Pumice because of the friendly monster ragtime bullshit. Ugh. Pain in the butt. But I think if I could do it quickly and I get a lot of AP for it, it's tempting. It really is. How much until I gain a level? I'll fight a battle. The next battle is basically solo Zidane, so it can be really annoying. But I'm also close to a trance, and that will help quite a bit too. I was just gonna say, not on Zidane, and then, or Orin, then straight to Orin it goes. Really? That wasn't enough for a level. Alright. Orin! Yeah. I could run into that mist wave and get an encounter, but I feel like it's like a punishing encounter. I'd rather not. Alright, don't sleep Zidane this time, because he's the only one that can one-shot these assholes. Of course I get a back attack. Are you kidding me? Can't be for real. No, you're fine. You don't have to worry about it, Ramesh. It's not a difficult game. It's not like some crazy old dated thing. Like you're gonna get good direction and like intuitive designs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to go 100%, that's a totally different situation. Even FF2, well, FF2 NES blind. Yeah, FF2 Pixar Master blind is fine, though. Oh, hey, bud. Why does it keep going back to that?
Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end.
Thank you, Blade Ask for the 288 bids. Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end. Thank you again, Playing Ask with the 288 bids. Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep.
Wow.
The end. Yep, they're all going to sleep. Thank you again, Playing Ask with the 288 bids. Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end. There's many the ends there. Thank you, Playing Ask with the 288 bits again. Thank you. I always forget which target I have to hit first. I want to say I have to hit the mage first. Is that just bad luck, or is this just fantasy? Okay. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'll try one more time. I'm pretty sure I'm just getting bad luck here. Good thing I almost got Tidal Flame, though. Because then it won't matter. Yep, I was just getting bad luck. Of course I was, because it's me. I might die here, by the way, because I missed all my attacks, and instead of being able to potion before my trance, I need to use my trance now, which means I'm going to have to use both of my trance charges, or else I will lose them. Which, to be fair, I might kill him with my second trance charge, but I might just die here to the tsunami, so... Alright, I think I win. I'm pretty sure I... Nope. Nope. Oh my god. Yay! 6 HP in a dream! Oh, I only needed 5 of those, or I only needed one of those 6 HPs, so I could have done 5 more damage, hey. No, I intentionally farmed that trance. You remember when I said I wanted to gain a level, part of that was getting the trance. I intentionally got it because I knew that the trance carries that fight. And you almost always will have enough trance for that fight with just a couple extra encounters. Probably trance. Probably. But I set it up to where I would have a trance for that second phase. And instead, I missed the fucking Black Mage 3 times or whatever. And so I kept getting damage taken before I was actually offing the Black Mage. And so I kept taking extra damage, and it almost put me in the doghouse because of it. So yeah, it was not unexpected trance. That was intended. That was not a useful trance luck thing. That was me intentionally getting trance for that fight, which I do every year. But still, yeah. I almost got screwed out of it. Actually, in fact, the real situation is I almost got too much bad luck because of all the missing. Like, my setup almost got screwed because it's, you know, my RNG. So that's the reality of it. Whatever, no name. I guess in a lot of cases, my luck does be like that, don't it? Protect girls, one of the most useless abilities ever. I know it sounds bad out of context, but it is just like, it's just not a good one. One more encounter would definitely have been a risk of getting in trance too early, yeah. Peak Sammy with the 96 months! Thank you very much. Yep, a demo for DQ Reimagine comes out soon. I will probably play the demo. I want to see what kind of game we're looking at with that game, you know? Because if it's a whole ass remake, it could have a much different system, but it could also be like Dragon Quest 11 with 7 story, which will be, it'll be alright, I guess. Well, that's a good point, Berserk. But that's just for the Fiesta. That's not like about the game, you know? Chrono Cross or Wild Arms? Chrono Cross all day. All right. Forgot she has a lot of equipment that she can put on in the beginning here. Whoops. That's probably why she died in the beginning. Wild Arms 1 is not a bad game. I think it's solid. I think it suffers from the same thing Final Fantasy VII suffers, which is trying to be 3D in on a PlayStation very early. Wild Arms came out before Final Fantasy VII. So it tried to do 3D on the PlayStation way before they did, and it definitely suffers, right? Because you got the weird little fat, short models in the combat, and just in general, it's pretty awkward. Yeah, one thing about Wild Arms games is that the music is always really solid. Wild Arms 1 has some of the best in the series, though. Collector's edition of what? DQ Reimagined? Yeah, I don't need that. I'm pretty picky about my collector's editions to begin with, and a DQ is not something I enjoy, but I'm not like super crazy about, you know. It's not Garnet or Dagger. It is Rose. And thank you for that. We got we got pretty much almost mostly normal names this year for FF9. The only thing I'd say about Wild Arms OST is that a game is so much more than just its OST, you know? Like you can have phenomenal OST and just like super disappointing game overall. I said mostly normal. Mostly normal. Alright, I need to use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Honestly, everything after Wild Arms 1 has just kind of got me a little eh. There's a lot of... Actually, I really enjoyed Wild Arms 4, minus the story. The story of Wild Arms 4 is super junky, but the gameplay was really solid, and they kind of ruined it with 5. Hey, Jeffler, thank you for the year sub. Thank you very much. Is it the Jeffler, or is it like Aladdin's, like Jafar? Is it Jaflar? I wish to become an all-powerful gamer! And like all gamers, you are trapped to the computer screen forever, bound in all eternity. Yeah, he's looking around. He wants to come over here, that's why. Hold on, bud. Let me adjust myself so we can hop over. Come on. You're okay, come on. He doesn't usually get up here, so he's a little hesitant about everything, but he's fine. Hey, bud. He's probably gonna try to get on my lap in a second here, though. There's a trick you can do here where you buy certain materials. Yeah, here it's coming. That you can use to synthesize in the next town. Well, yeah, it's the next town. And you make a profit, a tidy profit, but I don't remember exactly which items they are. Phenomenal gaming powers, itty bitty living space. Exactly. Aw, poor Cecil. He's got like kitty acne, I guess is what it was. And basically what it is, it's like from, it's just something that they these black dots that he gets all over his chin. And he had it, like all the cats had it a little bit for the most part. We found out that the biggest cause of it is eating out of plastic bowls. So we got them metal bowls because that's the preferred. Like stainless steel. Anyway, he has it pretty bad, and so his chin is all scabbed up and everything, and the hair's all like torn up and everything. And every time he cleans himself, when he cleans his chin, he like whines and meows at himself and everything, and it's really sad to watch because it hurts and it's itchy and yeah. But we got him on some steroid medication that should help with it, and it's just healing from it now. Poor guy is always... Cecil is like the friend you have that like has everything. Allergies, you know, all these different conditions and you know, oh, I got acne and I got allergies and I got, you know, this, that, or the other. Cecil's like that. He gets allergies, so his eyes and nose get gunky during the spring. He has that acne really bad on his chin. Like, he's just got all of them. And it's so funny because he's also kind of like the least social, even though he's obviously like one of the most loving animals we have in the house. Because he's shy, and so it's so fitting. Poor guy. Oh, I have to do some of these ATEs. I'll just do all of them. We have elevated bowls as well, yeah. You should get, if you can, get elevated bowls for your cats. It helps them eat because they're not hunched down. You know, their throats are a little more clear that way. But yeah, don't give them plastic bowls if you can. Give them porcelain or metal. I think metal's the better go-to because it's just, overall it's better. But porcelain's fine as well. Stainless steel, yeah. Stainless steel bowls. Metal's easier to clean. It's lighter. They don't break, like Jazzy says. And porcelain has some minor issues as well, but metal just is cheaper also. So metal is stainless steel rather is the preferred eating dish for a cat. And they're cheaper than pretty much almost everything. But you can get these like little elevated platforms. We got these little elevated platforms with the bowls, like so the bowl kind of twists into it so it stays in there. And it's worked out really good. Like cause Ginger also had the acne and he had it for like months. I just noticed these little black dots on his chin. I was like, what's that all about? Is it like food or something getting in there? And it just never went away. But actually after he got sick and went to the vet, it cleared up. Probably because they put him on steroids for the other thing that he had to deal with earlier. Chi has knocked off many glasses and mugs off of our counter and broken them. So yeah, probably about 5 or 8 different glasses or mugs. She has since stopped knocking things off the counter, though, thankfully. I want to say she's in here, or I need one more ATE. Yeah, I need one more ATE. I think I need to go where she was. Yep, she's the only one that's broken anything, literally. Yeah, I mean, if you have like a lot of like cabinets and tables and stuff with breakable items, probably not a good idea to have cats. But, I mean, as long as you're not too silly about it, it's not a big problem. There are ways of having things on counters without cats knocking them down. I think I gotta talk to him here because he hears the chocobo and then we get another ATE with him. Yep, that's what we did, Lamgwin. She's trying to not talk all fancy. That's what this little conversation's about. Aw. I woke up, that reminds me of this morning. I woke up around like 5 in the morning, and I was laying on my side, and Maya had like wedged herself under the blankets and was laying up against my back, very, very asleep. But the blankets were like completely on top of her. I mean, that's like, I don't know how she was breathing, but she was in there. She was in there. She does like to get under the covers and get all super, super warm. So like, that's like normal. Item without paying for it and just, you know, pay it back later on credit. But yeah, little touches like that are nice. I agree. Now that asshole's gotten off of this thing. Literally, because he was sitting on it, so thus his asshole was on it. The world's most useless elevator. I guess there's not enough room to make a slope or stairs or something, so it kind of makes sense. I like how he turned around and looked right at Zidane. I mean, Orin. It's like the Hojo thing all over again in OG FF7. Because he's hiding behind the box, which is hidden for you, but not for Hojo, who's looking right at him as he walks out of the lab. I don't necessarily agree with the whole F-bomb thing. I think people sometimes are a little sensitive to swearing, and that can cause some issue for some folk. But I think there was enough of it to where it felt impactful, personally. But that being said, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think the ending was extremely satisfying for me, though. I absolutely loved the ending. But I'm glad you finished it. I thought you opened it from there. And it's this. Well, usually what happens when a fantasy world makes up its own profanity, it's trying to keep the PG-13 rating and still imply swearing. So it's just like an excuse to have profanity without having profanity, essentially. But it can be good that way. But personally, I prefer that if you're gonna go there, then go all the way. You know, like don't do half measures. It's like I really don't want my characters to say "what the flark," you know, because it's just, again, it's a weird attempt at having profanity without having profanity, and it just makes it seem hokey and goofy. But Final Fantasy XVI story, Kamen Rider, is a very like heavy themed story. There are some heavy themes in there, and that storytelling is very mature. And to that end, having swearing helps keep that mature storytelling. Because if they're saying "golly gee willikers" while like slaves are being hanged in the square, I mean, like, that's gonna feel a little like they're dismissing it. You know, they need to say things like "holy shit" and have it have that same impact. You know what I mean? Like that's part of it. It's about keeping the tone of the game. She needs that.
A lot of fiends here, y'all.
Don't talk like that.
A lot of chocobos here, yeah? Thank you, Playing Eyes, for the 310 bits. Just hatching some mages over there, as one does. Yeah, exactly. Swears have a certain amount of intensity to them, and having that impact is important. It's supposed to make you feel like things are a little bit more serious. Now, if it's like seven sins the way he swears, which is like the F word every other word. It's not a judgment. It's just how Seven talks. That can make it feel like it's just, you know, like it doesn't have the right impact, you know? I think FF16 does a good job of spacing it out to make it have value and impact when it needs to. Boom. 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 So you can't do anything to speed this up. I gotta wait for that old man to crawl down the hill. So I'm gonna try and find as many of the little hidden items around here as I can. I wanna say it's just that gold, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Hi, Maya. Oh, okay, come on. Or go that way. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yep, she's a ball of energy right now. I love coffee too. Kind of want another cup today. Maybe I'll start up another cup when I go to my break. I usually have tea for the afternoon, but I'm feeling coffee today. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, by the way, Common Rider, if you're still here, wasn't it you that had all the performance issues with FF16 because like the PC version just wasn't, like there was an issue with your video card? Did they eventually get that working, or did you have to just combat that? Because I know that there was like an NVIDIA issue with FF16 specifically, and I'm pretty sure they worked to fix it, whether it's NVIDIA's issue or FF16's or not, I'm not sure, but there was some issues with the PC release. Which, you know, is pretty standard for PC releases. I agree, Freak Show. I think.
I'm coming.
Oh, you got a new PC? Well, shit. Nice, dude. Congrats on that. They can play it as with 377 bits. Yeah, Black Waltz 2 is here. I think the FF8 Remastered, unfortunately, opens the can of worms that is how FF8 was made to work on the PlayStation. So it can be a little jarring to see the difference in the backgrounds and the models, but it's better than just the PC ports of 7 and 9 by a long shot. So at least there's that. Pretty sure he doesn't counterattack with fire. If Vivi attacks, he counterattacks with a much more powerful spell. So it's actually not good to attack with him. So I'm just gonna let Steiner or Rusty do all the damage here. And then I'll try to steal. Okay, I got the Steepled Hat, so we can go. I just wanted the Steepled Hat, so now Orin can start doing damage. I'm waltzing here. Notice how he doesn't hit Rose with that ability. What? Early cures are so... Early cures on Rose are so good. Oh, he counterattacks all attacks, I think. Maybe that was what it was. I think he's down? No. Seems good on my end, Playo. I don't have any drop frames either. There we go. Okay, good. Just in time. Perfect. Whew, I can't do touch screens, period, for anything other than a menu-based game. So best of luck to you on that, but I can't do that. They're basically supposed to be Act 1 antagonists, Skunk. That's why. They're not meant to be a reoccurring antagonist. That's basically Beatrix and Brahe. Braun. They're not meant to be this constant oppressive force. They're more like the early little assassins that they send out, and you're supposed to take care of them, and that's why the bounty hunters get called in to do their deal. That's why that is. Sea Lion was a clutch 6 HP win. And obviously that was right there was a pretty solid win right there. What's with this scene? I don't remember this scene. Okay. Oh, you have a physical controller adapter. Oh, that works then. Yeah, I mean, I think the remaster is like of FF8 is basically the best way to play FF8 aside from the PlayStation version, because the remaster is better than the base PC version. So, and that's what it's based off of. There's no real other good way to play FF8 other than the PlayStation version. The remaster's fine. It's just you gotta understand game development and what's going on with FF8, or else you're gonna get a little bothered by some of the scenes where certain characters look blurry, and it's because they were created as part of the background to fit more characters on the screen. And you gotta get that with the PC version anyway, so it doesn't matter. Honestly, FF8 could really benefit from like an HD remaster. Honestly, all of the classics could benefit from HD remasters, 7, 8, 9. Like the Pixel remasters already got the 1 through 6 remasters, which are basically HD remasters. 7, 8, and 9 getting HD remasters like Saga Frontier and Legend of Mana would be really solid. I think that's the best treatment that those games could get. Whereas like a remake is an entirely different thing, you know? That's totally understandable, Common Rider. Not some people are a little bit sensitive to it, so I can understand your hesitation on that.
Oh my. I've never seen one this big before.
Garnet's soft booty or the airship, because we're about to accidentally touch it. Ooh, soft. Thank you, Playdads, with the 691 bits.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Thank you, Playdads, with the 468 bits. There's not that much, Sango. There's not much swearing. It's mostly used for emphasis, and I think they do a good amount of it to make it just right. It's actually very interesting because Final Fantasy VII had swearing in it, and people were happy about that because it showed that the storytelling was a lot more mature, a lot more adult, and less childish. And it is the reason why storytelling in video games is such a big deal, why it's so important, you know? So I think it's a bit of a hypocritical situation to praise FF7 for taking that step and then like criticizing FF16 for having it, because Final Fantasy has always tried to take a little bit more of a mature storytelling direction. Obviously with Final Fantasy IX you have a much more like Disney-esque, whimsical, playful style of story, the whole game is meant to just be very, very, very soft and playful. And that's part of its charm, of course. You know, you can do both, obviously. You can have one or the other, and you can make it work with either. But I think Final Fantasy has always tried to go for more impactful, organic, real storytelling rather than the playful style that you get with something like Dragon Quest or something like that. Oh, I thought they were items. They were not items. King Dragon sends his regards.
I'm coming.
Thank you, Play Nice with the 377 bids.
I'm coming.
Did I buy any of the FF9 25th anniversary merch? No, I did not. Thank you, Play Nice with the 377 bits again. Here he comes. Oh, wow, yeah, I would love that. I mean, there was a lot of cool stuff on there that I definitely would like, but, you know. I want to say I have a Three Wolf Moon meme shirt like that as well of some kind. What's up, Rajan? Thank you again, Played Out, it's Bellytastic for the 377 bits twice! Thank you.
Boom!
What are you?
Burn to the ground!
Wow. Thank you, Playing Ask with the 300, 299, 456 bits. 77.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
Poor Vivi, he doesn't know what he's fighting for. Thank you again for the 177, 1,450 bits. Thank you very much. My God, another masterfully told story by Playtastic through alerts. Don't worry, by the end of the game, he'll know what he's fighting for. And FF12 has been hit. FF12 officially hit.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
I think Bird Killer works on him. Huh? Why did you unequip that? Oh, because you got minus strike on that, right. I want to learn minus strike first and then I'll go for, well, I guess I could go for that and then go for this. Damn. Damn. Oh my god. I'm pretty much gonna be able to equip level up and like that's it. Ugh. So I can use 9 points. That's 10. I need 1 more. Sigh. Yep. Oh, what is it? We had random jobs over here, right? Was it random jobs or just one job? I can't remember which one I had, but whatever one I had is the one that was just met. And I know 7 is very close to meeting his as well, so there's that.
Summon copy.
I mean, kind of. He is a copy, yeah. I guess. Thank you, Playing Ask for the 120 bids.
Burn to the ground!
Yeah, that's the idea. So I'm trying to burn him to the ground. Thank you, Playing Ask for the 177 bids. No, they're automatic. The idea is that trance is rarely useful, and if it's a story trance, then it's always the same use no matter what, so it doesn't count. He's probably dead. Not dead. Oh, I should have waited for the steal. Now I'm gonna lose ATB. That's fine. I want to say the Lennon Curious is the good one, the good steal here. Yeah, I know, but I don't think I care about the staff. I want to say it might be Blizzara, but it's an ice staff, I want to say. And I'm going to get an ice staff before the desert anyway. You get one in the desert. And I won't really care about having Blizzara learned. All I care about Blizzara is having it for the Antlion because he's weak against ice, and I'll have it, so it'll be fine. Because at that point, I'll only have access to staves that give me level 2 magic, and I'll have one equipped, so it won't really matter, and I'll learn one. And there's not really like elemental vulnerabilities you want to take advantage of very much, except for the Antlion, and so Blizzara is the only real spell I really care about having, and I'll have it because I'll have the staff equipped, because I get it at the bottom of the tree, and so it's fine.
I'm coming.
You know, he's got the speedster. We still kick his ass in this lump of shit. They can play it as with the 377 bids. He is coming though, with rage and fury.
Spanking.
The Black Mage, yes, I agree. Thank you, Played As with the 269 bids.
I'm coming.
Thank you again, Played As with the 377 bids. Oh no, he's mad.
Yeah. Boom.
Boom! They can play it as with the 300 bids. It does make me wonder how Vivi casts
I'm coming.
magic. They can play it as with the 307. Oh, that's right, they're infused with mist. Thank you again for the 377 bids.
You need a spanking.
He's gonna get a much bigger one this time. That look. Thank you for the 377, 269, and the 300 bids. Kaboom! I don't think he'll be in the sequel. What do you guys think? Think he's just gonna get right back to where he left off, though. I do find it funny that the whole mist continent idea concept was just because of performance issues. So the fogginess lets them not have to draw in as many objects. Because you can tell when you get on the world map, boy, is it laggy. They tried their best with this game, it's fine. And it still turned out really well in that regard. It's because all the airships run on mist. And this is the mist continent. None of the other continents have mist to run on. That's why it's a big deal when we clear the mist, because it like basically turns the world upside down. There's a lot of turmoil after that because the ships run on mist, and with no more mist being produced, the world stops basically. And that's why there are no airships elsewhere, because they all run on mist. I mean, obviously there are airships that run on not mist, like the Invincible, but that's obviously for a different story reason. I mean, all the summons are. The whole game is incredible. For the PlayStation console, this game is absolutely insane. One of the best looking games on the PlayStation. Oh yeah, the Hildegarda is mistless. But that's something that's developed after the mist goes away as a way to, you know, like deal with the mistless world after that point, right? Come on, Chi. Come on. Oh, big kitty stretch. Come on. Come on. Oh, just come over here already. There you go. I think this game overtakes Chrono Cross just because of the sheer level of detail and design. Like, makes it feel like these are much more living spaces than Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross has good nature visuals, though. But this has nature and... Well, actually, some of the towns in Chrono Cross are really good, too. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I could take it. Although there are a lot more dungeons in Chrono Cross that are, like, hallway dungeons, you know? Where there's not a logical reason for the design of the dungeon. There's just some pathways that you move on, and that's that. One of my biggest gripes in video game design is when dungeons don't have a clear function. Like, why did they build this place? To just have some hallways? If it's like an altar for some kind of thing, then it would just be a small building that has an altar, done deal, you know? Nobody's building this big ass elaborate dungeon so that they can have some platforms and an altar at the end of it. You know what I mean? So those kinds of things I look for in game design, and I criticize and critique because they're bad, and developers need to do better. Yeah, I was just saying that, like, my take would be that FF9 definitely has the advantage on Chrono Cross for that reason.
Let's save, Koopa!
Yeah, I would say when you're looking at video games, y'all, look at what the dungeon is. You know what I mean? Like when you get a game and you go into a dungeon, think about the functionality of that dungeon and if it makes sense. If it's a barracks, it should have beds and chambers and a mess hall and things like that. It should feel like a barracks, that kind of thing. And so when you get a dungeon that's just a bunch of pathways, does it make sense for those pathways to just kind of be there, you know, and just look, I'm getting a bunch of hallways that go, you know, go 5 million hallways down to go to the lab, but there's nothing in between. Who the hell is going to the lab to work that has like a billion pathways to get there with no rooms in between for any other functions whatsoever? Come on, you know? A lot of empty rooms, no doodads or little details or something. Yeah. This feels like a big ass crazy castle, right? But yeah, I'm begging people to like take a look at that and criticize it, because games like Persona and Tales of are excessively guilty of just having nothing dungeons. There's no real function to them aside from like you going to a lab and you have this hour-long dungeon of hallways and empty rooms so that you can get to the lab room, and there's just that one lab room, and it's like, really? Why? Or big floaty platform dungeons in the middle of space. What is the function of this area? Why does it have these platforms? You know, make it make sense. That's all. Well, I mean, all I'll say about that is if I'm going to the like the business offices of some place, and they just have a bunch of empty hallways and empty rooms before I get to, you know, Mr. Buttsmell's office, that's not an elaborate design to hinder invaders, you know? But also it has to make sense that it would be built that way. And if it's built that way to hinder invaders, then does it make sense as that kind of thing? Is it just a bunch of big, dumb hallways? Is it like some kind of twisted time thing? Or is it something more? I mean, you got to think it through all the way, because just using that excuse kind of just be like, oh yeah, it's a defense mechanism. There, boom. Well, we just answered all of the reasons why some dungeons might be, you know, not well thought out. That kind of just feels like a get out of jail free card. That's not fair. You know, it has to make sense in that regard still too. Which in that way, I don't think I can think of a single dungeon that felt mazy and silly as a defense mechanism that wasn't just a bullshit excuse to make the dungeon not make sense, you know? Like even in like games like Tomb Raider, where there's a bunch of traps and stuff. I mean, you know. Sorry, Lil Leaf. Lil Leaf! It's Lil Leaf. It's 2 minutes. There we go. But yeah, the oof is like, you know, just having this massive structure. You got to think about the man hours put into building that kind of massive structure to hide the bracelet of destiny. Come on, you know, just like dig a hole and it's more secure than any kind of massive dungeon, right? Like if you honestly, the best way to hide something forever is probably just dig a really big hole and just bury it in there and then plant a bunch of stuff, you know. Megas, thank you for 26 months. I like the name for Freya, and I like Freya, so that's good. Oh, if you want somebody to never find something, just go out in the middle of the ocean and just drop it. You'll never find them. I mean, you'll never find it. Dexter does not go far enough out into the ocean. Oh, so did I, yeah. It's a solid series. And I think that it's intentionally done that way. But to be fair, I mean, going any further out would draw more suspicion, I think. Oglops, yeah, they're adorable sounds. Well, it's more that it's very deep, the ocean, you know, and we can't even traverse to the bottom of it. We can only essentially scratch the surface of our ocean exploration. Not to mention with the ocean being like 75% of the surface mass, or surface area rather, there's a lot of it. It's pretty big. Wasn't there like an item in one of these rooms? Alright, let's save again, because I'm nervous like that. Do 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 do. Oh, I don't want to look at that. It's like an ether or elixir or something. Or 163 gil, you know. Yeah, that's why you just fill it up with some cement or attach some, you know, bricks to it or something. Pickled gazelle or gazelle pickles or whatever. Probably Finn. Yeah, I think I'll probably end up summoning at least Ark. At the very least, I'll summon Ark. Exiled One, what's up? What's that? Yay, we can synthesize and shop! A couple Fiestas in a row we haven't been able to synthesize or shop or something, so this will be nice. Alright, so I need another Mage Masher. Glass armlet, leather wrist. A Mage Master. Glass armlet, wrist, leather wrist. Ugh, hope she was okay. Or they are okay, because I couldn't possibly tell from that. Doing good. Smooth movement through the game. Ah, I don't have enough money, apparently. Well, that's slightly annoying because I gotta make another trip back. Bum, 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 bum. Good thing ethers sell for a lot. Well, that's good to hear. Alright, so the ogre and the glass buckle, and that should be everything. Big ups. I probably want the bright eyes more. And yeah, antibody. Okay. Now we just buy our regular gear that we need, now that we got the synth out of the way. I will say synthesis in this game is solid. They did a good job with it. It's not the, it's like, it's crafting that's not like super freaking obnoxious annoying, you know? It's a decent system. That you can do pretty easily. Some of the higher tier crafts obviously are a little bit more difficult to do, and that makes sense, you know? Oh, I didn't need any more of this at all, because I'll get better. I don't need, well, I'm gonna get that just in case. Okay. Then we should come in here for the Kupo nut. Nut? Nut? I guess nut. Might be a thingy later. Boom, boom. All right, back to the castle, then we sneak in. I think it's here. Ugh, this part, honestly, my biggest gripe with FF9, and it's not the game's fault, it's just a factor of the fact that, like, the Fiesta, we can't remember every single thing of every single game because there's just too much. And so a lot of stuff we end up forgetting, like plot triggers or where to go and everything. So there we go, that was the AT that we needed. So with FF9, there's a lot of plot trigger bouncing back and forth kind of situation. And when we're rushing through the game, or at least racing through it, the story is all mashed through, and then sometimes we can forget where to go. And since there's no quest tracking until FF10, it can be hard to remember where to go. Oh no, I gotta go to the theater district first. Theater district first because I gotta talk to my buddies. Then we can go. No, I never said I didn't like FF9. I said of all the main Final Fantasies, 9 typically tends to be my least favorite. And then people went overboard as they, well, it was more of a joke. So basically, the comment I made is, you can't really talk about like what your least favorite thing is because people will say, oh, so you hate it, you know? It's like, no, that's a whole different thing, you know? So I mentioned that FF9 is my least favorite of the main series, and I still love it, and people went overboard with it. And to be fair, I cracked down on it because I started to not like it. Because I don't like it. I don't like it when people make that joke because it implies that I don't like the game, which is not true. I love the game. And some things I don't mind people making, like, you know, jokes about what I like or don't like or whatever. But with this, it bothered me. There is no FF9 remastered. There is only Final Fantasy IX and the various ports of Final Fantasy IX. See, that one I'm okay with. Telling me I love Ephemeral Fantasia, like, that's fine. But when it comes to FF, I like my opinion to be what it actually is. You know what I mean? Love it so much I played it twice. Clearly, I love it. I have cats, thus I must hate dogs. Exactly. Yeah, that kind of head assery. Hey, take it easy, Alan. Have a good night. Congrats on your accomplishments. That's fine, Tuba. I think the FF8 remaster is solid. I think they did as good a job as they possibly could for a pure remaster. I think the biggest issue with the FF8 remaster is that it's not an HD remaster. If they had done an HD remaster and like really upped everything and redrew it from the ground up, it would have been more welcomed. But because it's a pure remaster, which all they did was take the original files and enhance them, which is what a remaster is, it drew ire for people looking to hate on FF, you know? Nope, the remaster's solid. They did exactly the job that they should have done for a remaster with the FF8 remaster. Unless, of course, they could have based it on the PlayStation version, in which case it would have been better, but they based it on the PC version because they had to, more than likely. I think I just leave, right? I'll get these because whatever, I don't care. But I'm pretty sure that if you wait to get them, they're better later on. But it's fine, whatever. Well, the 9 port isn't a remaster. A lot of people think the PC version of FF9 is a remaster, and all I have to say to that is, tell me where it says FF9 remastered on it. Oh yeah, if you don't do this, you get to actually get the treasures, but by doing this one, you lose the treasures. Oh well. I'm not gonna get them anyway. But yeah, FF9 on PC is not a remaster, it is a port, and it's a bad port, I might add. And in fact, it's not even a port of the PC version that originally came out. It's a port of a mobile port that they did of the PlayStation version, which has awful menus, and then they ported that onto PC. It's really not good. As far as ports go, those are probably one of the worst. Has mods? Yeah. I have never I've never seen a single mod for any Final Fantasy game that has made it better. Ever. And I know people are going to bring up the Maguri mod, and all I'm going to say is it's worse. Because all it does is smooth out the edges of the 3D models while leaving all the 2D spell effects in the game the same, and it makes it look very awkward. And to me, it just makes it look way, way worse because it gives that, like, weird difference that you get from the smoothed out models and the blurry backgrounds because of 240p and all that good stuff. It makes it way, way worse because you get it in every single combat. So, if you ask me, I think the Maguri mod is actually worse than just plain OG FF9. Oh, that's right. You're right, Trance. It didn't have the OG. It didn't have an original PC port. Yeah. Either way, the mobile version is a port of the PlayStation version, and the PC version is a port of that. HD models and grainy backgrounds look worse. I think the Maguri mod takes the awkwardness and amplifies it because you get it with all the spells as well. And I don't think it adds anything of value, but I also don't know everything that the Maguri mod adds, so I can only go by what I've seen, which is admittedly not very much. That being said, I don't particularly care for mods, and also it's not an official capacity kind of thing. A mod is a mod. It's not an official thing. So you can't really say, oh, well, an HD version of FF9 exists, because it doesn't. It's a mod, you know? Oh god, the mods for FF7 are way super awkward. Yeah. The FF7 mods are super uncanny valley kind of stuff. Yeah. And I respect that, you know, fans out there are trying to their best to like readdress these kind of games and give them some more pizzazz and everything, but to suggest that what mods or fans are doing is better than Square is silly, I think. I know I gotta talk to that guard at some point. Yeah, once she starts singing, then I take the guard. That's why I kept going back to the guard, trying to get the plot trigger, but I know I have to steal his outfit. First I talk to this guy and he says no entry, and then I go to the guy. Nope. Son of a bitch. Maybe I have to try to get past. Oh, I found the Brave New World hack to be significantly worse, personally, because it's just a hard mode hack that doesn't understand game design, in my take anyway. Like, so from what I remember of the Brave New World hack, it takes things and completely obliterates their output, like Sabin's blitzes and stuff, and then makes bosses like susceptible to one attack only kind of thing. Oh, well, you have to use Cyan's dispatch only, or, you know, you have to use fire 2 only or something like that, and that's the only strategy that works. And it's like, it just basically is roulette the boss design, and I hated it. I thought it was the stupidest thing ever, but I might be thinking of something else. I don't know. Because there's a couple FF6 mods. I don't remember anything about the Brave New World modder person. I don't remember what they were like. I don't remember anything about that. Yeah, the reason I thought T Edition was fine was because the modder didn't give a shit what anybody thought about it. He made it for himself. So I respect that. Like, he straight up said, I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. He didn't even want to release it, but his friends convinced him to release it, and a lot of people like it and everything. That's fine. I think the T Edition is another example of poor game design, where you basically have to find out the exact perfect strategy with the exact perfect power output in order to just get through the game, and it became obnoxious. Very obnoxious for me. But yeah, game design is a careful dance. You know, you have to make it challenging but not stupid. That's why most bosses in most games don't have like one way to defeat them. You know, they have a gimmick to them, like a barrier shift. That's a gimmick, right? And then you have like a Libra to find the barrier, the weakness, the current barrier, so that you can exploit the gimmick. Another one is like strong against magic but weak against physical, or, you know, an alternating strength against physical magic or something like that. But those are gimmicks that doesn't put your entire party out because you didn't bring the magic person. You know, you can still do it regardless of the party that you have, regardless of the particular like setup that you have and all that kind of stuff. Those are examples of good game design. Bad game design is like, you're only allowed to use this specific spell or ability and everything else just heals the boss. That's dumb. Oh, so you didn't bring character X and so you just lose. And that's ridiculous. I'm fine with the puzzle of a boss and trying to figure it out, but when it becomes you didn't bring character X and ability Y and so you lose, it's just bad design. There's just no way around that. The only way that it's acceptable design is if it's clearly conveyed to the player prior or or rather, and it's optional. If it's optional, then it's fine. Yeah, there's no getting around the fact that you'll have Kane for that fight and he'll stay alive. So having to use jump there means that you're gonna have jump, so it's fine. That's acceptable. And the game very clearly says you have to jump when she's spinning. So to that end, acceptable design to have a specific ability used to break her shield or something. Oh, I gotta check this clip then.
Thou art the one who poisoned Toma. Survived, did you? Well, I can fix that right now. Prepare to die. That's new.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. He sure did. He definitely fixed that. Anyway, game design is difficult. It's complex. It's not so just like, yeah, make an enemy weak to a single thing kind of deal. There needs to be a careful balance to where a player can approach something and not feel like they've lost before they've already started, unless that's just they're not high enough level or something. But even then, as you progress through the story, there needs to be the scaling matching the intended level. You can have progressive complexity as you go because people are learning more about the game as you go, but you can't do these crazy things and then call it not a hard mode hack and everything, which is what the Brave New World does, if I'm not mistaken. What's up, W Knight? Now, some people really might like that. They might really lean into it and enjoy that kind of thing. But you're gonna get way fewer people that are accepting of that kind of design. Not everything has to be like smash you in your genitals difficulty, you know? Gotta save it so I don't lose the Festival of the Hunt. It's a very difficult little deal here. Gotta make sure I win. You know, the funny thing about Dark Souls is it's really not that difficult. It's more about learning. The execution's very easy because the gameplay is simple. You have roll and you have attack, and after that, you don't really need anything else. Heck, you sometimes don't even need roll. You know? So yeah, the difficulty is low because the execution is simple, and it's mostly just about learning and then skill-based execution beyond that. So yeah. Enjoy the only time you'll hear Festival of the Hunt. Let's go ahead and release a bunch of monsters in the city, because why not? Nah, there's a trick to Festival of the Hunt. There's a trick to it. I'll show you the trick, don't worry. All right, easy trick. Here's how you do it. As soon as you get your turn, just Sudoku. Bam. Oh no, I lost the Festival of the Hunt. What a shame. How could this happen to me or whatever? Should have stole first? Why? And then the squirrel ate Zidane, yes. Anyway, you get the best rewards for this, which is the coral ring. And none of the other rewards are even remotely close to the what you get there. You get like 5,000 gil or some ethers or something. I don't know. It's garbage. The coral ring not only has good properties, but it's something that you can't learn pretty much for a while otherwise. So yeah. That's how you win Festival of the Hunt. You win by not playing. Yo, Dingus, 5 friggin' years, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Guess what's coming up, by the way, now that we're leaving Lindblom? You're talking about the little ladder you go up with the dragons, yeah. Do you know, KK? I was gonna say Chocobo Hot and Cold, but yeah, you're right. Oh shit, Dingus. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, it's usually about this time we're on FF10, but it's been a longer Fiesta this year, hasn't it? Which is good. It's good. We want it to be about 2 months, and we're just starting our second month now. So, what do we got? Like a couple weeks of FF10, then a few weeks of everything else. I don't know. We'll probably finish mid-February, I think, by this rate. Maybe a little bit later. It really depends on what that mysterious bonus game is at the end that you have no idea what it is. What could it be? And I promise, once again, that you will not be disappointed what that bonus game is. I know you won't be disappointed what the bonus game is. This isn't even like a guess. I 100% know you guys will love what the bonus game is. Yakuza? Yeah! Oh, I mean, no, it's not. Oh, we absolutely love having you, Dingus. Glad we could bring you some joy with these awesome games. Yes, it's Minesweeper. Damn it. Gosh, you guys are so good at guessing. Yeah, we got early access to Final Fantasy 17. I mean, no, we don't. No, you're not the vendor. You're the vendor. Okay, I do want a couple more of those. Let's see if I can sell some stuff. It's not worth it. I'll just have to get lucky with the tents. That's fine. I mean, you know what? I will get Chocobo Hot and Cold, so I will have a lot more, actually. Regret to inform you, Mr. Zev, that the likelihood of that happening is pretty much 0. Even though there's a couple isolated incidents of some turn-based RPGs doing well in sales, the vast majority of them do not do well in sales. And yes, Final Fantasy could definitely do well in sales with a turn-based RPG, but they would do much better not being turn-based. What they need is just a little bit more focus on their execution. All right, we're gonna take a break here real quick. So let's pause the timer. So we got frog catching, chocobo hot and cold, and Gizmolux Grotto coming up. But for now, we're gonna take a quick break because I need food. So, enjoy some tunes. While I go take a break and grab some grub, hang tight because there's still lots of Final Fantasy Fiesta coming up. Be right back. Yes, and coffee. So I'm going to throw my hat in the ring here about the Pokemon discussion. And I know we've had this discussion before, but if we're talking purely sales, Pokemon is not the best-selling franchise of all time because it's a turn-based RPG. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that that matters zero. It's the best-selling franchise of all time because it's Pokemon, and people want to catch them all. It's a revolution, basically, you know? It is it's iconic, and it's transcending everything because there's a billion different Pokemon games, all with different gameplay styles, and they all just kind of sell, right? So it doesn't matter. Pokemon is not popular because it's a turn-based RPG. In fact, I would argue that the mechanics of Pokemon are kind of garbage. Hey, Maya. Maya, come on. Oh, did you want to come up here? You only get 4 abilities, and it usually turns into a one-shot the enemy or get one shot. You know what I mean? It's like it's not a very good game from a gameplay perspective. Not very good. People get them because they want to collect all the Pokemon. It's the only reason I play Pokemon. It's because I want to catch them all. You know, and so I think that's really kind of an important factor. And when and let's say, hold on, I need water. Let's say for the sake of argument that the turn-based aspect of it does matter a lot, okay? Give me 5 RPGs that are successful, that are turn-based RPGs in the last 10 years. And I could do the answer, I could do it for you. There's Dragon Quest XI, Persona 5, which I think is actually more than 10 years old now, so that doesn't really count, and Expedition 33. That's about it, right? How many turn-based RPGs are there? Hundreds, thousands? You know, even notable ones like what do you call it? Like the Atelier series. You have SMT that are notable. You have a lot of turn-based RPGs out there with names that just don't sell. And it's not because turn-based RPGs are bad. It's because turn-based RPGs tend to have a nerd aspect to them that turns a lot of people off. The vast majority of Octopath Traveler actually did do decently, but they've only sold 5 million units across the entire series, which is decent, but I wouldn't say that's like a runaway success. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is that like a lot of the like distaste for turn-based RPGs is that like us, we grew up with them. That was the most popular thing because nerds played games, and nerds like turn-based RPGs because it's more tactical, strategic, makes you think or whatever, right? But then around FF7 time, the gaming population exploded because of FF7, which is weird because it's a turn-based RPG, right? And with that became the normalization of gameplay across everybody. And so you get a lot of like bro gamers and people that just want shooters, and that's about it. And there's not really anything, you know, you can do about that. That's just the vast majority of people. There not very many people like thinking games. They want action games, and that's fine. Whatever. That's just what happens to be the popular thing. So generally speaking, games are made for that. Now, here's the other kicker. Part of the reason why we don't get a lot of turn-based RPGs or really good turn-based RPGs is because of the cost of making them. Storytelling is much more expensive. You need a long time for that kind of thing to stew, to bake, to cook, in order to release like a fulfilling, compelling story, and that's really hard to do. And you need quality scenario writers to do it, so that's another factor. A lot of times they don't really want to invest in that, and story tends to be the first thing that gets cut when you're cutting corners and trying to save money on development cost. And since historically turn-based RPGs don't sell as well as something like a shooter or something like that, including Pokemon, because if they included Pokemon in their analysis of do turn-based RPGs sell, then there'd be a load of turn-based RPGs, tons of them, but there isn't, is there? And none of them really sell beyond the 3 that I mentioned. So you can't, there's a lot of factors at play here. But the most important one is that historically, turn-based RPGs don't sell. Historically, Pokemon sells, but it's not because it's a turn-based RPG. At the end of the day, what matters is whether or not it's well made. If you make a well-made game, the style matters a lot less. I would say one thing that's really important. Turn-based RPG popularity is on the rise, and it's not because it's on the rise, it's because of Twitch. And turn-based RPG fans tend to be pretty aggressive about their interests. And when you get on Twitch and you go watch your favorite streamer, and you go, OMG, have you played my favorite turn-based RPG? Things like Xenogears and Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy get brought up a lot. And so Twitch streamers will oftentimes go, well, all my fans seem to want me to play this turn-based RPG, so I'll play it. And then you get a lot of people that actually end up enjoying it. And so because of the creator space, you're getting a lot more rise in turn-based RPGs. And it's not because they're rising in popularity, it's simply because more people are being exposed to them because they didn't even know what they were to begin with. Like, you gotta consider the fact that the vast majority of gamers are 30 and under, even though the largest population chunk of gamers is 30 to 40 or 35 to 45, because those are the people that grew up with gaming and everything. We're the biggest singular chunk, but we're about 30% of the population, and everybody else is younger for the most part. Older than 45, good luck, there's nobody there, But anyway, the point I'm getting at is that the younger audience tends to prefer more action, high-paced kind of stuff, and since they grew up with gaming already being normalized, kids are gonna want action, they're gonna want movement, they're gonna want, some kind of intensity. Not to mention, you have the factor of the cool factor versus the nerd factor, and kids aren't gonna wanna feel isolated and alienated by playing the nerd game, usually. And so there's a much bigger cry for action-based, action-packed, action style of gameplay, and thus turn-based RPG has taken a back seat in popularity due to that. Overall, the same amount of people still like JRPGs or turn-based RPGs or whatever you want to call it, but the population of gamers expanded. That's what happened. And we got older, and a new generation or three came in behind us. Rubottom, we have this turn-based conversation 20 times plus a year, dude. We have it throughout the year, and it's fine. It's the life of a streamer is repeating yourself. But the thing is that the audience differs every day. The people that are here today were not here a month ago necessarily, or 6 months ago. And so having the conversation multiple times means you're having the conversation with a new audience. Even though the same people might be responding, there's a lot of new people as well. So it's fine. It's just part of it's just part of being a streamer. Repeating yourself often, having the same conversations. It's okay. I don't mind. I like it, in fact. Jazzy, they're already doing it, man. They're already doing it. There was somebody coming in, actually, making a joke that FF9 is a really cool Expedition 33-like. Obviously, they were joking, but he started making that joke because he saw other people seriously using that terminology. So, yeah. It is what it is. Broken record player? Yeah. Good luck finding an E33 type? How about Mario RPG? Because that's basically what Expedition 33 is. It's a Mario RPG-like, if you want to get down to brass tacks. But people were calling turn-based RPGs E33-likes. Please don't. It's sad and pathetic. It makes you look like an idiot, like you played one game. It's like the joke about the guy that's only played Persona 5, and he plays a game and he's like, damn, this is giving me some heavy Persona 5 vibes. You know what I mean? That's what you sound like. It's ignorant at its ignorance, willful ignorance, basically. Yeah. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is the nuance of popularity of turn-based RPGs is more complex than just turn-based RPGs are popular. The reality is that it's a long time path that has been taken across the gaming spaces that has evolved the interest of gamers and veterans, veteran gamers alike, new gamers and veteran gamers alike. I will say one thing though, as a fellow nerd that grew up with turn-based RPGs, I am excited for all of the new action RPGs that we get. I love action-based, I love turn-based, but I will say this, turn-based has pretty much run its course on what can be done to make a game feel unique. Even Expedition 33, which was arguably one of the most unique games that we've gotten in decades, wasn't really truly unique. It didn't do anything special or different. What it did is it did things that we've done before well. And that's what's really most important about that. It did things that we've done before very well. It's like World of Warcraft. It didn't really invent MMOs, but it took EverQuest and made it approachable and unique and different and polished that out for a larger audience. At the end of the day, Finfrog, yeah, one of the most important things that Final Fantasy needs to do beyond any kind of gameplay is having an experience. It should be a cinematic experience with a compelling story that has real organic dialogue. That's what makes Final Fantasy is its quality. And so as long as they continue to do that, I don't give a shit what combat system they use. But I will say this, the only reason why I want FF17 to be not turn-based is because the people that are like crying and whine about FF16 being action, they like, I get it, you have your preference, but like shut up, you know? Like serious, it's some of those folk are absolutely obnoxious with their like hate towards FF16, never played it, don't know anything about it other than that it's action, and so they go on the internet to whine and complain and bitch and moan about it. It's like, you have your preference, you don't like it, you know, you tried it out, wasn't for you, hey, that's fine. A reasonable take on it is fine. But saying bad because action, like seriously, shut the fuck up all the way. I think the lack of replayability on FF16 has less to do with action and more to do with the systems involved in it. The builds are really good, but the equipment is very shallow, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. Yeah. FPS or 3PS? What's 3PS? Yeah, Wormtalon, you're absolutely right on that one. Once FF17 releases, there'll be a ton of people that'll be like, oh, it needs to go back to a FF16 style or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to resume timer. Let's go! We can continue this conversation, don't worry. The only thing I want from Final Fantasy XVII is a well-written, compelling story with a unique combat system that has not been done by Final Fantasy before. And that could be action-based, that could be turn-based. It just needs to be its own thing, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Rubottom. The gameplay style is irrelevant. I just need it to be good and have a good story. But for some people, that is not irrelevant or arbitrary. It's essential. No, I agree with Rubottom No Name. I think an RPG with a crap story is well, okay, I disagree in that you can have plenty of games with a bad stories that are actually still decent. I mean, look at Octopath Traveler. We straight up have talked about how the story in Octopath Traveler is not good. And yet I enjoy the heck out of it because I just vibe with it. Or Atelier. Atelier has some of the worst stories imaginable. And it's just a good vibe game. They're just fun, you know? So like, you can definitely have a good game without it having a fantastic story. But I will say, you're not gonna make an amazing game unless you have a good story, period. It's never gonna happen. Oh, I can't do Audrey 2. There we go, symbols. There we go, Audrey 2! Because Queena likes to eat, so feed me Seymour. That's a very fitting name, I like it. Audrey 2. So yeah, I disagree in that you can't have, you can indeed have a good game without a good story. A good RPG without a good story, rather. But it is definitely harder to do, and you're never going to have a fantastic game without a good story. At least a good story. But don't think they need a party system, Tall Geese. I think that's like the turn-based, action-based argument, like party versus no party. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have a party. I can understand preferring a party though. But I will say this: they are not going to use remake rebirth style of combat for FF17. They just aren't. It's very, very obvious that every Final Fantasy has always got its own system. The only reason remake and rebirth have the same system is because they're a trilogy. So. And I will say that a good gameplay can carry bad story, but bad gameplay cannot carry good story. I have had to experience it firsthand. Although I will say that the amount of games with good story and bad gameplay, I think there's like 2 in existence, because I can't think of any off the top of my head. And like I don't remember any. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, yeah. I agree. I think you just mean FF purist, not FFF purist, but yes. Definitely, like, insisting upon your preferences as the objective fact is indeed a very, very obnoxious opinion, for sure. All right, so we gotta catch a lot of frogs. The most important thing I need to do is I need to catch 99, but I need to leave a male and a female frog to breed. Also, I will say that the golden frogs can help with breeding time, so I will only catch a few frogs here. But I need to do this at every opportunity I have, because the way this works is that frogs take game time to breed, which means that I have to do this for a long time across a long part of the game. All right, now I'm gonna consider, so this is a female. I can catch females now. Females? Jump, you little fuckers! Oh, that's the same one, I think. Son of a bitch. I want to say the little stripe on them designates their sex. Oh my god. Damn. Why are they running away so easily? I don't want to catch the gold one. Why? Oh my god, I can't get them. What the fuck? They're just like sitting in here forever. Dude, this is obnoxious. Fuck this, I'm done. I'm gonna reset it, basically. They just keep on sitting in that middle water part, and I can't get to them. So I'm gonna reset it and see if they spread themselves out. You know what? That's actually fine. Two roles per character. So, like, Lightning can only be represented by 2 of her 3 main roles. And so on and so forth for all characters. Honestly, none of the Fire Emblems have really good stories, so it doesn't really matter which one you're playing. You just play the one with the best gameplay. Cool, cool, cool. Just a normal amount of damage there. I did not mean to eat, damn it. Ugh. That's what I wanted. But instead I'm gonna die. Piece of fucking shit. I don't know if I should go hunting for Aqua Breath. I really wanted it. It'd be useful. But I'm not gonna beat myself over the head with trying to get Aqua Breath when I get encounters like that. All of Fire Emblem Fates, the whole thing, everything about it was garbage. The whole thing. Trash. Sorry, but that's my opinion. I'm sticking with it. I want to purge that because it's like super mega spoilery. You know? Let's try to be a little bit more considerate. Doesn't matter. There's no statute of limitations on spoilers, period, full stop. There is no time limit where it's okay to start doing spoilers. Doesn't work like that. What's your favorite thing? Like your favorite show or video game? Are you saying like, you know, it's okay for me to use, like, wouldn't you want people to enjoy that? And you're saying like, no, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna spoil everything. You don't get to enjoy it anymore because it's too late. You know what I mean? That's not right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look, man, I'm not like bothered by it. I was just letting you know, hey, let's try not to do that. If you're gonna argue with me though, then we might have some problems. There we go. I wanted to go back here and purchase some more stuff because yeah, it's just about common courtesy, you know? It's just about being courteous to those that may not have experienced the thing in question. And it's fine, you know? It's not a big deal. I just delete the message, we move on, done deal, easy peasy, mushroom squeezy. That's all. But it doesn't matter how old a show is or a movie or a game or whatever. Because, like, all you gotta do is imagine your favorite thing, your favorite piece of media, and how much you don't want to ruin that for other people that may want to enjoy it. You know, like let's say your favorite game is Final Fantasy VII. Are you going to spoil the big twists and everything? And then you've ruined their ability to enjoy it, right? Like you want people to like that kind of thing. So the best thing to do is to be vague. You know, you could be like, I wonder how they're going to handle it considering what the you know, the narrative will be considering how the story goes or something like that. You know what I mean? Are you the vendor? I agree that sometimes it is unintentional. Absolutely. No, I'm not trying to jump down anybody's throat here. I hate this part of the game because you don't have any like healing. I mean, if you want my take, I think Last of Us Part 2, the game, was an absolute masterpiece. I think doing what they did was essential to making the player care, but some people cared so much that they were mad. But if you're getting mad at that person that did that, then that's good. That's good storytelling. But it also say that if you failed to understand the message of Last of Us 2 and you were simply just mad at that character forever, you missed the point. You missed the whole point. You know? Don't attack while its tail is up. Come on, do something. Jeez. Final Fantasy 16 made me ugly cry. I don't think I've ever wailed so much. It was right before I started using a camera though, so there's no evidence of it. Ha 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 ha. I guess I could use potions because I'm gonna get an absolute boatload of potions now that I'm gonna go do Chocobo Hot and Cold, so that's another thing I gotta do. I gotta catch frogs at every opportunity, and I gotta do Chocobo Hot and Cold at every opportunity because getting the Chocobo is something I have to do anyway, and getting it now will actually help with a lot of like traversal of the field and everything. I don't think I can eat these for any ability, but I'm gonna try. Oh, there is evidence of that. There is evidence of me crying on Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And it's still before I used a camera, but you can hear it in my voice. There is a clip that is, I think, worth watching if you want to know. If you don't want to be spoiled on Xenoblade Chronicles 3, that is. Hi, Maya. Come on. All right, Pumpkinhead. Come on. Oh, it's Maya. It's Maya. Aw, look at her. So cute. Let's see. at how tiny her head is. Look at the tiny little head. Yeah, that was the eaten up thumb. That's why I kind of pulled it away at the last second there. Hildebra, I agree with you. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one of my favorite games ever as well. And I agree that people talk way too much about the fan service and like as if the rest of the game doesn't exist, you know? And all I'll say about that is, yeah, there's a little bit of fan service. It's not that bad. But like, I always say that if you want to add fan service to your game, go right ahead. But just make sure it's a good game first and then add in some fan service if you want to. And I think that's what Xenoblade Chronicles 2 did. And it's like, it almost seemed like they overcorrected on Xenoblade Chronicles 3 because it's almost like they go out of their way to make sure that there is no fan service, which is also fine, but still, you know. Came right in time for the kitty. What's up, Z Mac and Cheese? What's going on? Bruh. I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is like my second to Final Fantasy. So, I mean, if we want to talk about Xenoblade Chronicles, I'm gonna gush because I absolutely love the series. All three of the games, all three. I really enjoy Rex as well. Yeah. Although I have some particular affinity for Pyra and Mithra as well. You only got a PC? That's all right. They're third part or second party to Nintendo, so you're only ever gonna play them on Switch or Switch 2. My advice is maybe pick up a Switch 2 because I feel like they're gonna get Switch 2 updates as well. So maybe you'll be able to get a better version of them. Oops. Bro. I hate this so much. I hate it when it's like you're right on top of an item and you can't find it. Let's see. Can you think of any FF games that had choices matter gameplay where choice drastically changes based on the choice you make? Honestly, Ginger, there aren't even that many games that do that kind of thing. A non-linear story is almost impossible to find. The biggest games you're gonna find that do that are like Heavy Rain or Detroit Become Human, but those are more visual novel-ish to begin with. I like them a lot though. Well, I like Detroit Become Human a lot, but I have not played Heavy Rain. By the way, like, non-linear stories are exceedingly rare, but I will say that every Final Fantasy game, or most Final Fantasy games, 7 and beyond, do have minor things that change based on your choices, like hidden little affinity, things like the date with Aerith or Tifa or Barrett or Yuffie, that kind of thing. There's definitely some of that going on, but nice chocograph. But finding actual non-linear story is very rare. And I think people don't really recognize that a lot, and then they demonize linearity when like linearity doesn't matter. almost every single game is linear, or at the very least has a linear narrative. The only thing I can think of that actually fits that role that's not like a visual novel or like choose your own adventure kind of game would be Tactics Ogre. That has a non-linear story, but unfortunately the non-linearity of that story is hard to understand because you could be making what you think are arbitrary choices and then all of a sudden you get a completely different story. You get time extensions if you find 4 or more items. So if you find the 4th item, they go, wow, you found a 4th item. Here, have more time. Zev, take it easy, bud. Tactics Ogre is your favorite game of all time. Wow. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy Tactics Ogre. I just like Final Fantasy Tactics better more. Or Final Fantasy Tactics more, which is, you know, like why I say that. Like, it's an interesting favorite. It's a solid game. Maybe it's just Final Fantasy bias, but I just like the job system. I think it adds a lot more depth. And I feel like Tactics Ogre didn't really deliver on that aspect enough. Gimme. Hey, did you know it's Gazelle Green and not Geishel Green? And it's always been Gazelle Green since day one. There is no SH in the Gazelle Green in any Final Fantasy ever. Aww, my beak's too slow. So you're not wrong, Arrow. Tactics Ogre walked so that Final Fantasy Tactics could run. You're absolutely right. And part of that is that job system. They realized there was a bit shallow on the delivery, and then they upped it. Because the people that made Final Fantasy Tactics also, the people that made Tactics Ogre also made Final Fantasy Tactics. It's the same team. So, I mean, you literally have the same people making their game and go, well, let's make this better. But to be fair, I mean, one was under the watchful eye of Enix, and one was under the watchful eye of Squaresoft. So, I mean, you know, you had two different people going, this is what we want out of the game. And it might have just been that they were inspired by Square to do what they did. And it didn't have anything to do with competency, just what they wanted, you know? You want more Ogre Battle? Play Diofield Chronicles. Now, I won't say it's like Ogre Battle, but it's definitely a strategy RPG similar to Ogre Battle, but with a more active personal element. So it's more gameplay oriented and less purely just send your units over and hope you win. But Diofield Chronicles, in my opinion, is the best strategy game in existence that I've played anyway. It's very good. Even if you're not particular to strategy games. Actually, Unicorn Overlord is definitely the best Ogre Battle type game there is. Diofield Chronicles is, it's like they learned after 30 years, you know, how to make Ogre Battle actually really engaging and interesting. So, Unicorn Overlord is definitely one I recommend if you want more Ogre Battle. Especially if you like Final Fantasy XII. if you like Final Fantasy 12 and you like Ogre Battle, you are going to absolutely like shit your pants over Unicorn Overlord. So, for those of you that don't know what I'm doing, I'm playing a game called Chocobo Hot and Cold, and in every one of these Chocobo Hot and Cold maps, there are a certain amount of chocographs. And the chocographs are little maps that point to treasures on the map. And part of the incentive is to complete all of the chocographs. So we will be playing a good measure of Chocobo Hot and Cold until we get all of the chocographs. In fact, I should probably select that. And I guess I just leave, right? Yeah, let's go get this really quick. Because the first one is very, very close. Metal Flare, take it easy. But yeah, DL Field Chronicles and Unicorn Overlord, you can thank me later. There's one Chocograph! Yay, we get 2 Germina's boots, which means we don't have to get the ones in the next dungeon. Well, dungeon after next. Minchi, take it easy. It's always nice to see you. I will say this though, the Chocobo Hot and Cold game will get much more quick. It starts off very slow because your beak is weak, so I do very little digging damage, and I also just move very slowly compared to when I get my Chocobo upgraded. So like there are certain Chocographs that will upgrade your Chocobo, and you go from like yellow Chocobo to light blue Chocobo, to green Chocobo, to red Chocobo, and then golden Chocobo. And these are mirroring the Final Fantasy VII Chocobos of being river, mountain, ocean, and then flying Chocobos. And allows you to traverse those terrains in order to get the rest of the Chocographs. I should be able to get River Chocobo. But yeah, ideally we, you know, the one thing I would say about the flaw of this minigame is that the game does not allow you very many opportunities to go back and work on this. It's like, after I leave this, it'll be a while before I have a chance to play Chocobo Hot and Cold again. Oh, he's just running a hustle. Yeah, he's just running a hustle. Chocograph. Huzzah! So one thing that's really nice about this minigame is that when I find all the Chocographs available to me, the MOG will say Choco doesn't detect any more Chocographs. I want to say there's 3 that I can get right now. along with a couple parts. And as I progress through the story and unlock different points in the minigame, more chocographs will be available to me. In fact, this will not be the last time that we dig up chocographs here, because not only is there another point where you get more chocographs unlocked, but also the little two side hills will unlock when I unlock the red chocobo, because I'll have mountain climbing at that point. So those tiny platforms up on the top, that will also be part of the map once I unlock red chocobo. Honestly, it would be super huge pain in the ass if he didn't tell you. Aye? It's gotta be right here then, right? Oh? Yo, I was doing really good and then this happened. Hello? It's gotta be back here then? Oh my god, where is it? Wow. That's an uncommon spot. I have no cooldown as a mod. Ha 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 ha! Or as the channel owner, actually. Not a chocograph. Be like a high potion or 200 gilliam. Maybe a chocograph, but they usually start at 40, I think. Oh good, the one I couldn't find before. Can you dig it? I will say this, the chocobo sound in this game is gotta be one of the cutest. Same with the Moogle sound, to be honest. They got cute sound effects on lockdown for this Final Fantasy. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's a chocograph goal. Dig. Nice. Thank you, Tiger, for the 123 bit. Oh, I found 8. Wow, I found 8 with yellow at like level 12 beak or whatever. That's a good run. That almost never happens. And one of the things was a chocograph. Wow. Oh, yeah, chocograph. There we go. Damn. Level 8 beak. It wasn't even level 12 beak. It was level 8 beak. Holy moly, that is awesome. Oh, we still have chocographs. I don't think I've ever seen such a good, like, early round of Chocobo Hot and Cold before. Like, usually an 8-item round doesn't exist until the lagoon. We definitely won't see it again for a while. Ooh, soft. Oh, could be a Chocograph? Nice. I would say we're getting pretty good luck with Chocographs. Oh my god, Rage is in. What are you doing? Well, rip chat. Can I please? Can I please? Can I? Thank you. That's a remedy or 200 gold or ore, yeah. Oh, could be a Chocograph, but 50 worries me. Nice. Nice. Honestly, I should have let the time run out because I'm fairly certain you can only get one Chocograph per game. Wow, there's still more Chocographs. Nice. Can I please? Can I please? Can I? Thank you. Meow 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 meow. I don't think anybody knew what they got. You all got some beak XP is what you got. You're like right here. Come on. Gimme. 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 Oh, Chocograph, go, 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 go. Oh, yes! 0 seconds left. Yeah, you'll never see me doing that, Finn. All right. I mean, I would love to have a real life Chocobo, not gonna lie. But like taking care of one, it's like a horse, man. You need space and a lot of food. You gotta care for that. think I'd rather just like a best friend Moogle, you know? He can take care of himself and he can be my bud. We can play video games together. She would still bully it? Just remember that the only thing that she doesn't bully is Coconut, okay? Honestly, it really has. This is really good Chocograph luck. Oh, can I get another 8? Gotta be like right now. Almost got another 8. Wow, still more Chocographs. I'm surprised. Honestly, FF8 gave me the business. I lost about 5 hours to 7 Sins on FF8. So I had like a 6-hour lead, and now I have a 1-hour lead. So if I could get some good luck on FF9, that would be great, because 7 is still much better at this game than I am. And so I would like to, you know, maintain that lead coming out of FF9. But to be fair, there's a good chance I'll surpass him in 10 anyway, but like a lot of it is it's gonna come down to farming. So here's the thing about Final Fantasy X. We have to do penance, right? And so there's a tremendous amount of grinding that we have to do in FF10, and that means time. And the more time there is, the more time there is for me to like mess it up or whatever. So like it's really going to come down to a little bit of RNG on farming, but more than anything, you have to realize that we have to grind Yojimbo, okay? We have to grind Dark Yojimbo for armor pieces. And normally, if we're doing penance, it doesn't really matter. You get the best armor piece that you can get for any character. It doesn't matter, because you just get their ultimate weapon or whatever you need to do, and done deal, right? So the thing about Yojimbo Dark Yojimbo farming is that we can't just take whatever armor we want. We have to get an armor for the girls, because it's girl team only, which means we can't just farm for whoever happens to drop a ribbon armor with 4 slots right away. We have to farm for Riku, Lulu, or Yuna armor with ribbon and 4 slots. That's already kind of an uncommon drop. And then we have to get it for the character, one of the characters that we can use, because we'll only have enough materials to make 1 generic armor. Because you get like 100 dark matters for doing the monster captures. There's 1 ribbon, and then the others you pretty much have to get from Dark Yojimbo. And the thing is, it's like, well, I kinda might need that ribbon armor to get there, to farm Yojimbo to begin with. It's gonna be really interesting to see how that plays out, because it could go really smoothly and we get really lucky with what our armor drops are. It could be really bad, and we may have to use the dark matters early to get ribbon on our armor just to get there, because, you know, some of the dark Aeons like Shiva have some pretty gnarly debuffing going on. But it really depends on how we manage our grind sessions and what power output we go to take on Dark Aeons and all sorts of stuff. Ooh, Chocograph. Nice. Lots of factors at play here that can potentially, you know, set the timers drastically between us, or we may end up, you know, like perfectly handling it the same. We can't say. But I will say this, that 7 is much better at this game than I am, so there's a really high chance that he actually overtakes me on this game, which is, you know, to be expected. The race is always back and forth. There's always this exchange of lead that goes throughout the Fiesta. I mean, we've definitely had Fiestas where the lead doesn't exchange very much, but then we've had Fiestas where it exchanges almost every single game, or multiple times a game, you know? It just is what it is. That's the cool, fun factor about the Final Fantasy Fiesta, is that unique factor of the race that sets everything apart, you know? It's not just, can I do this challenge? It's, can I do this challenge, and how quickly and efficiently can I do it on the fly without having previously practiced it? And that's something special you can't really replicate anywhere else unless you just do that yourself. You know what I mean? You mean with 2 sphere grid versions? Yeah, we'll be playing the remaster. So there's the expert sphere grid and the regular sphere grid. The thing is, I'll probably just do the standard sphere grid, but I can see using the expert sphere grid, especially with like the girl team only, and really benefiting from that for the story playthrough part of it, because with the expert sphere grid, it opens up all of the doors to going into other trees. So you could build Yuna as Auron and have a huge strength boost, which is actually potentially very strong, because Aeons scale wonderfully with stats, especially when it comes to like the story. So you could do every battle with Yuna Aeons and just like one-shot everything if you build Yuna like through the strength tree with Auron. However, the problem there comes from the amount of XP you need to get to that tree, and Yuna will sort of basically be worthless outside of that. She won't really be much of a healer. She can't really cast magic because she will have none of those caster stats to help with that. So like it's a risk versus reward, and while in some ways it might actually be completely and totally busted, oh wow, already 1 million? Damn, it's pretty good. Other ways, you're limiting yourself. And I would say the only reason that I would choose to go expert sphere grid over the standard sphere grid is because of Riku. Riku is kind of worthless in her tree. Riku has no real value inside of her own tree, aside from being fast, which is nice, and you can definitely benefit from being fast, especially with her use ability, but like that's a lot of consumables just to get the regular battles in. Chocograph? Oh, and being able to take her down like Auron or Titus's tree would give her a lot of what makes them good, while also being very fast, because her base speed is very, very fast. And Titus has quite a bit of speed. In fact, taking Riku down Auron's tree in the expert grid is a really nice strategy, because she already has enough base speed to basically be way faster than Auron will ever be in his whole tree, and she'll get all of Auron's strength and start hitting like an absolute truck. So there's a lot of reason to consider using the expert sphere grid, and I haven't really decided for myself. The only thing that's really settling me into the standard grid is that I have a lot of experience with it, but the ways to take advantage of the standard sphere grid are usually through Titus and Waka and a couple of the other characters, which we're not allowed to spend points in their tree at all, except for in the event that I may get soft locked on certain situations. Like I can level their grids if I need to, but I'm not allowed to do it with anything with them in combat unless they're the only characters. Like for instance, obviously I start with Titus. I gotta be able to do something with him. The last time I'll be forced to use Titus and Waka and not have Riku is the Riku fight. So at that point, I'll stop leveling them, and it'll just be what do you call it? Riku in the water. Almost ran out of time. Intriguing. Well, there was one year we actually did the expert sphere grid, but I want to say in that same year we did something else, like we weren't able to go beyond our normal leveling, so we ended up not really being able to take advantage of the expert sphere grid. Oh, we're done. Whoopsie. I can't remember which one I can do. I'll say we can do that one. I just got very talkative. They got very talkative. I want to say we can do this one. I can't remember. It's really weird because some of the chocographs that are like early, you can't do until later. It's weird, but I'm pretty sure this one is over here. And there's like a split in the mountains or something. Quay! Oh, tents. Nice. There we go. You can't open the chocograph menu. Uncultivated land. Isn't that where the Kumarsh is? Which should just be right up here. There might be another Kumarsh because I want to say there's 2 Kumarshes on this continent, but I don't remember. But it does look like it's right here, but this doesn't seem familiar to me. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. I think it's the one next to Rat Town. Well, Finn, back in the day they had leapfrogging teams to make lots of games quickly, and it was fine back then because the cost of games was much cheaper. I can spend 3 points. Don't care. Honest question, are the chocographs a trigger for the dig sites to spawn, or is it something you know where the chocographs spawning on dig sites is based on story progress, as well as chocobo hot and cold unlock progress. You do not need to worry about how many chocographs you've opened, only that your choco has upgraded. Like, you won't unlock the mountain chocographs in the first one we were just at without having the red chocobo. Not sure about that, Finn. All I'll say is that the reason Final Fantasy X has a lot of heavy water themes is because they wanted to show off the power of the PlayStation 2. So, I don't know if it was made in their Hawaii studio or not specifically. But yeah, basically, Finn, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10 released basically year and a half apart because they had these leapfrogging teams, and the development time was still the same. It's just that they had multiple teams working on games. That's why partly why they're so different, but obviously very similar at the same time. Anyway, That's not really viable these days, unless you want to make really low effort, low quality games. Then you can maybe do that because the development cost of video games is much higher. And if we're talking about Final Fantasy, they've always been on the bleeding edge of technology and visuals and progress and everything. So making cheapy little quick Final Fantasies would basically be flying in the face of Final Fantasy, what it stands for. That last sip of coffee and it went down my throat the wrong way. I thought I used a tent. Why is everybody low HP? Well, somebody's gonna die. It's a waste of items. Or I have the coral ring and you give me a heal. Thanks. All right. Let's heal. Do I get a bell from that guy? We're getting a bell from that guy. Oh good, a back attack! Huzzah! Excellent! So good, I'm happy for this. Well, that's fine. I know how that works. Final Fantasy 1, you can get paralyzed locked by all the undeads, and that's RIP speedrun as well. I wanted to move the leaf up because she's better in the front. Maybe I do get a bell from this thing. I don't remember that, but I'm just gonna try it. What could possibly go wrong other than dying? Yeah, I pretty much keep any piece of gear with any kind of property on it forever because you never know. It's especially important for some of the more endgame fights, optional fights. Alright, Kale Thought Sunstrider. Tap escape was barely a setback! You'll see me like, yeah, you do get a bell from that. You'll see me having a lot of like not moralish, but like strategic debates about whether or not I should keep certain pieces of gear and stuff. Oh, alert is gonna be like so good for this. Because it prevents back attacks. Very good. Especially when you're getting into the final phase where he throws you up all anti-gravity like, and it's just you have to do that so much because it's a burn phase and it's very like unusual. I'm using more stones on Zidane? What? I thought it was fine. 10:22? Are you sure? I thought it was... Okay, I'll check. I didn't see it that way, so I'll check to make sure. I appreciate you guys keeping me honest because obviously, like, you know, it's gonna be hard to brain all the time to make sure I'm in the right math there, so let's take a peek. You sure are right. We'll take off antibody. Thank you for letting me know. We can do like... Look at that status. Why not? What does he got? Darkness. Isn't there an item up here? Like the whole reason you go up here? There we go, there's the item. Della Daybreak! Congrats, Chrono. One more to go. Honestly, the only major reason I regret streaming the Legend of Heroes games is that they're so long and I can only play them during stream, so it takes a lot longer to get through them. Whereas if I could play them on my own time, I would just, you know, I would just be zooming through them whenever I had free time. But I'd also say that sometimes I don't have free time to play games that much, and so maybe I wouldn't be able to get through them. So it's, you know, back and forth. If I got poisoned on Orin right after I took off antibody, I'd be very annoyed. Yeah, back attacks in this game, though, are horrible. Back attacks in this game are really bad. Especially right now when I have very little resources available. So I need to get out of here as fast as possible. I should be able to make it to the save point before another encounter, though. Oh, I forgot I gotta loop all the way around here. I mean, you're not wrong, Chrono. We've got some great memes from it and good times. Oh, I was afraid of this. I can eat her for might, but her HP is so high, it's unlikely. I'll just do as much damage as I can, and then I'll eat next turn on Audrey. And hope for the best. Still a good chance of being edible. Meow, 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 meow. Cool. Oh, it's defenseless. Oh, okay. Worm Talon, take it easy. Defenseless is actually pretty decent if you can get it to hit the right target, but it's, you know, that means you have to use Audrey, and I don't want to do that. There is an item up here. There should be an item up there. Okay, I guess there isn't an item up there, but there is one down here. What was it? I missed it. Magnets. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, you don't care about ad status, but slow could be useful. Not a Lamia. Does she also eat human blood? Oh, I saw you in the Fiesta. Oh my gosh. Small world. Bro, stop sniffing me. Oh yeah. You smell like Kupo nut. Thank you, Player Dazzle, with the 212 bits. No. I went the wrong way. Now I have to suffer another encounter before I can use a tent. And of course it's a Lamia. Makes me wonder if she can be defenseless as it did. Dragon percent? What would be dragon percent? Cheat, cheaty, cheater, cheat, cheat. Oh, interesting. She keeps on getting turns. Does she have Ozma script or something? I want to say there's like a really easy way to get dragon kills at this point. It just takes a little bit of setup. So stupid. None of my cute attacks actually went out. She just got like 5 turns in a row. So dumb. I hate those things. They're so fucking stupid. Whatever. I need my save point. What the hell? What? Okay, guess we're using high potions. What the shit? Oh, I hate this dungeon so much. It infuriates me when I can't figure out the doors and I get a million encounters that are all awful. Oh god, another Lamia! Awesome! Fucking awesome! Miserable dungeon. Either she has an Ozma script, or she just gets constant counterattacks where she just gets to go again. It's gotta be counterattacks. What the fuck? Why do you just keep getting to go over and over again? Get out of here. How absolutely annoying, man. Hate this dungeon. That's why, because the bell isn't there. And I did go to the right door. I just, oh my god, I'm so frustrated. There's like 8 fucking encounters that I didn't need to get because I forgot the chest and went the wrong way, then I went the wrong way again, then back and forth, and I forgot to open the fucking box. Oh my god, I'm like, fuck you with your dumb fucking Lamias. Okay, I'm over it. There's my, I'm done venting now. Hey, playing Azek, thank you for the sub get to Blood of Omega. I totally missed that. Thank you. So I didn't go the wrong way. I just forgot to get the box first, and I missed it. And because I missed it, everything bad happened, and I just kept on forgetting it. So, 100% just forgetting to grab the damn... the damn treasure box. Frank. Definitely safe ladder. You know, that could be something that we do. Is whoops. Like that, there is a possibility like grinding Grand Dragons in the beginning would have a lot of potential, you know? But it's like there's definitely different ways of approaching it. There's the Dragon Killer, there's Limit Glove. All right, let's see if I can get lucky. So far, the game has been pretty nice to me, but there have been a lot of mean things the game has been doing too, so let's see what we get. I got 5 tenths. First try tent. Let's go. And I got the 2 rare steals first try. Holy moly. Rigged. Oh no, you know what? Elixir was the common steal, so I still have the rare steal left. Asher, take it easy. So the way tents work in this game is that if you can use a tent in combat, but it has a chance of like doing a bunch of debuffs, it's like a 1 in 8 chance. And those debuffs are blind, silence, and sleep or something like that. It's pretty bad, but you know, there's bosses that are susceptible to those debuffs. So if you get the 1 in 8 chance of that, then it also applies to the boss that are susceptible. I'm not 100% positive I want this. I want to say it's a Vivi rod, and I want to say it's like a really good one. So I'm pretty sure I want to get this steal. And there's really no better opportunity to grind steals in this game. So if I'm gonna grind a steal, it's gonna be this one. I want to say it's like I don't know if it's the Octagon rod. I think that's way later. It's like the one with Thundara or something. But, I mean, as you can see, the boss is not threatening. Those debuffs last forever. And I can get some damage in between, because, like, he will eventually hit me with Crash. I wonder if he's defenselessable. Hey, so late. Thank you for 64 months with that Aryan gift. Thank you. Nah. Use Oak Focus with Vivi 10 times and then Thunder. Okay. Yeah, sure. In the meantime, he just died. We're just gonna go. If I don't get the rod, I don't really give a shit that much. If I get it in between damaging him, then great. If not, then whatever. The thing about rare steals is they're very rare. It's like 1 in 100 or 1% or 1 in 64 or something. It's just obnoxious. The fairy flute at least isn't that horrible. Because I want to say you can get it elsewhere, can't you? Or at least whatever the spells are from the fairy flute. And you can just float yourself on that boss and not take any damage, for the most part. I don't think it's that uncommon. By the way, this is one of the harder bosses if you can't get the tent off. He has this water ability that does a lot of damage, and since you don't have a healer, except for potions, it can be a bit of a struggle. And it's over. We didn't get the steal, which again, doesn't matter. Queen can be a healer. You can't get White Wind until the tree. Because the proper noun you used, it has some not so nice associations. You can get it in the marsh? Oh, okay. Neat. The only good thing about Eat and the blue magic system of this game is that there are some blue magics that are available from multiple enemies. It's the only good thing. But the Eat mechanic is absolute ass. Having to be under 25% to eat is so stupid. Especially considering that, like, the vast majority of damage that you can deal is almost positively going to start being one-shots regularly. And then it's like you're either one-shotting or doing nothing. And it's just... it's so annoying. You were the reason we couldn't come through the gate. Kill. Don't kill. This is a motif for a place to call home. No, wait, hold on. Oh, Melodies of Life. Almost messed up. I mean, isn't it both the same? You know what? I'm confused. I need to listen to them again. Either way, Melodies of Life. Common motif in this game. You know, we hope that we correct ourselves and you know, chat keeps us honest and everything, and then we go about our business. I would say if we have large swathes of it where we don't adhere to it, we should probably reload our game or something, but, you know. Well, I don't think there's 100 renditions, but there's definitely a lot, yeah. But I mean, motif is a common application for a score in Final Fantasy games. Away is used like 15 different times in FF16. You know, interestingly, there's a lot of places in FF9 that you can never go to ever again. And it's like almost like FF8 built in. Yeah, she's better to have that, and then I can... Oh, okay, never mind. Whatever. It's fine. Nobody else can really learn any of those abilities, so... Yeah, the Moogle Mail thing is not well done. I'm with you, Fenrir. Obtuse designs and mechanics just make me not want to interact with them at all, you know? Lotto, thank you for 52 months of subbing. Thank you. There is a chocobo thing here. I think this is the chocobo dealio that we're looking at right now. So let me see if I can go get it. Damn, Nelium. Yeah, I mean, I know there's, what I'm saying is, I was saying that there's not 100 different renditions of Melodies of Life in the game, but there are definitely well over 100 tracks in the game. That's what I was saying. Music is the key, but be silent about it? What? Huh? 6 different, yeah. See, that's what I was getting at. Like, there's definitely motifs all over the place, but there's not 100 different renditions of A Place to Call Home, is what I was getting at. All the Final Fantasy scores are pretty robust. There's usually 150 plus tracks. Rebirth has like over 400 unique tracks, plus a bunch of tracks used from Remake. Absolutely fantastic. Cool, cool, cool. Good lord, man. Why did I come out here, bro? Holy shit. Yes. Oh, you could say that. The remake and rebirth OSTs are probably some of the best OSTs in video games. They're absolutely baller OSTs. Absolutely insane. Extremely good. A lot of unique tracks, a lot of renditions, just phenomenal. All bangers. Damn, that was fast. You know, this may come as a surprise, but there are lots of composers that do amazing work out there. It's not just Uematsu. I know it might be difficult to accept, but I mean, yeah. But Uematsu didn't work on 12 or 13 or 15, and in fact, he actually worked with Hamazo on 10. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of phenomenal OSTs that didn't involve Uematsu at all. So FF10 was Masashi Hamazo along with Nobuo Uematsu. FF12 was Sakimoto. FF13 was Hamazo again. It was his original work, like his own first original unique work as far as I understand it. 15 was Yoko Shimomura, and then 16 was Soken. So, you know, you got a lot there that has nothing to do with Uematsu. Damn. So, okay, so oh, nice. Are you implying then that the issue is more that because Final Fantasy VII is Uematsu's work, did they properly remake those tracks to make it feel like the FF7? Or was that what you mean? In which case, yes. Absolutely 100%, completely, yes. So I agree with you, Hildebra. I agree with you that like the original composer understands the feel and vibe of the track, and sometimes, and I've noticed this a lot in like fan remakes of music, that that they don't understand like the purpose of the track. There's no like sometimes music tells a story. Sometimes music has a particular focus on certain parts of it. And if that instrumentation shifts in its intensity, you can lose the feeling of the track. So I think I know what you're trying to go for, and I agree with that because a lot of fan-made tracks are kind of like, they missed the mark. Final Fantasy X, the orchestrated, the rearranged track, is a great example of like they missed the mark. The rearranged tracks are beautiful, but they missed like the special quality of Final Fantasy X's OST, and it just kind of feels weak and ineffective compared to the actual Final Fantasy X OST, right? So yeah, I think I know what you're going for, and I agree in that regard. That you know it's important that they hit that note, you know, that feeling that makes it feel like the thing in question. I don't think I can get this one just yet. I want to say it's on the right side now, but anyway, Final Fantasy VII Remake OST, absolute baller bangers. Like it feels exactly like what FF7 should feel like in a remake in every way, shape, or form. It's just absolutely phenomenal. Now, I don't want to set you up too much. Go in with your own mindset and you know, approach it with your own opinions. I don't want to set you up for like too high expectation, but I would just say play it yourself because I think the remake games are masterpieces personally. So I hope you feel similarly. Oh, it's the... You can go ahead and open it. Hamazo, by the way, is Hamazo is the composer for Remake, by the the primary composer for Remake, but it's a very collaborative effort. Yeah, I guess Masashi Hamazo's first major unique work was Dirge of Cerberus, not FF13. Hey, what's up, Titus? Thanks for the raid, bud. How's it going? Welcome in. What are you up to, dude? Right, yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine, Elder Bro. I got you. Oh, good. I got cancer. Yay. Huzzah. Playthrough of, oh, the job system FF7? Neat. Yeah, that's a neat little way of playing FF7. I like it. Kenji Ito, yeah. Bonk. There you go. Titus got some FF7 action over there. And you know Titus, so check him out. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. You know the score. All Final Fantasy, all the day, for a long time. Let's see if I can remember the order here. I think I want to go this way for, yeah, just go this way. Yeah, that's the one I need to drop the plant. That's the Germinus boots up there, which I don't want. I'd have to drop the platform down first. Chi! Damn it, Chi. And I don't care about it. I got 2 from the Chocobo Hot and Cold. This one or something else? I mean, look, I recommend every main Final Fantasy. If it's a main Final Fantasy, I recommend it. If you like RPGs, especially if you like RPGs of varying different types of playstyle, I recommend basically every Final Fantasy. Every Final Fantasy. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, even 14, 15, 16. Remake 2. Play them all. I have mostly, almost entirely good things to say about them, and I'm happy to field any questions about them. What like, you know, your particular misgivings and what I think about them, or you know, certain particular hesitations, all that kind of stuff. I'm not opening that box; it's trapped. Oh, that's the Germinus boots. You're supposed to walk on that platform and you get the Germinus boots. Now I have to go around and get that because it's like the Holy Bell or something that opens that. I played FF14 since A Realm Reborn, and it's a lot of off and on. So, Finfrog. Okay. I think if you grew up with Final Fantasy VII and you have a lot of knowledge about Final Fantasy VII, playing the original before playing Remake can help field a lot of questions and potentially be a more enjoyable experience. I think it enhances it or has a strong chance and possibility of enhancing it. But I'd also say that there's a lot of value in playing Remake as your first Final Fantasy VII experience. Just so it's like both are true. But as a fan of Final Fantasy VII and knowing the story and lore very, very well, I would say it enhanced it for me. It's just a different experience. Exactly. Nice. Angel Snack is not a bad one to get. Angel Snack cures all debuffs, if I'm not mistaken. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, I mean, like, I would say Square has designed Final Fantasy VII to very, very clearly be for veterans or first-timers alike. You can play them both ways, and you'll get a good experience, no matter what. Oh, that one's trapped as well. Shit. I forgot they're both trapped. Oh well. It is what it is. The mimics aren't that bad in this game. Not my high potion! Now die! Die for that high potion. Are they gonna release Final Fantasy X-3 for the 25th anniversary? Come on, it's an anniversary, they have to release something, right? That's how it works? No? No? Okay. Cheat! Oh my fucking god, cheat! Oh my god. Cheat! You frickin' troublemaker. She is like wired right now. She wants really badly to get down, but like I'm not letting her because she's gonna get in trouble again. Hey. that cat. A never-ending source of entertainment, I tell you. Final Fantasy V has Magic Hammer. I want to say FF7 also has Magic Hammer. I'm fairly certain Final Fantasy VII has Magic Hammer as well. Oh, you mean like earliest in this game you can learn Magic Hammer, not earliest Final Fantasy that has Magic Hammer. Dan the rat dude. I want to go up first. Oh, never mind. Maybe it's pronounced dawn. To be fair though, a lot of times fantasy names that are given because they mean something, not because they're trying to be like, yeah, his name is Alundorialitarius or some fancy ass flowery bullshit. Sometimes they name them something that means something. Oftentimes, like, you could make the argument that Cloud is named Cloud because he's clouded, you know? Alright, it's from the other side. What am I doing? But I would say names are often given with intent, especially in Final Fantasy. But sometimes just having a cool name is cool, you know? Whatever. Don't have to have something that means anything. Yeah, I mean, Noctis means night or darkness. Ignis means fire, right? Dude, they look just like them. Those hoppy little assholes that breathe death all over you. F those guys. I don't think I've ever died to death from a basilisk, but like, I still get anxiety every time I fight him. And I know if you've never played Dark Souls, that might seem like weird, died to death. What do you mean, died to death? Of course you died to death. There's a debuff that's basically just death. Oh, that's right. I need to hop across. Damn, I'm like... so there's like bleed, there's poison, there's toxic, there's freeze in Elden Ring, and then there's death. And it's called Death Curse. So if you die to Death Curse, or rather, okay, the way debuffs work is that if you get hit by poison or whatever, depending on your resistance to that debuff, it builds up. And when it reaches 100, you're afflicted with that debuff. So it's like you can notice it's happening and then try to like not have it happen. If Death Curse builds all the way up, you die. But poison, you just get poisoned. Toxic, well, let's be honest, you probably die if you get toxic too, so. Bleed just makes you take extra damage. Frost is also extra damage. But yeah, it's Death Curse. So I don't think I've ever died to death. I think I have died to death in Elden Ring, but it was those giants that really spread around death, and like you can't hit them half the time because half a mile radius is Death Curse, you know. And I think I probably got aggressive one time and tried to go in and pay the price. Okay, her having level up before I exit this place is huge. Because level up is honestly like one of the best passives you can get. Nope, can't do that. I can do 3. Yeah, there's a lot of Latin. Oh, fuck me. There's a lot of Latin aspects to the naming convention in FF15. I think that's obviously by intent, because it does help illuminate more details about the characters and what they represent. I think the only time I can think of where a Final Fantasy name is not really given any value, it's Clive. It's just like, hey, I'm Bill, you know? But to be fair, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either, you know? I think if you can draw attention to the narrative and the story through the character's name and it's still feeling like it belongs, then, you know, hey, go right ahead and do that. Who learned the thing? Whatever. I've looked at my armor, I'm fine. Thought there was an item there. This place is taking too long. I'm messing up, and I should be like, if I don't know where I need to go, I should be stopping to think about it, and not sitting here wasting my time with a bunch of long encounters. Because I've been doing pretty good with this game so far. The RNG has been pretty nice. Alright, Lily should not kill this thing. Nom nom times. Nom 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 nom. Non-humanoid space paladin. I mean, I'm fine with a non-humanoid protagonist. Zidane's non-human. I appreciate the way that you get this item. There's a lot of this in this game where Like you just pick up an item off the ground, like it's like use a physical thing that you can see, and like there's a little scene that plays and everything. There's a lot of items that are gotten that way, and I think that that's kind of one of the magical things about Final Fantasy IX is it does kind of make the world feel a little bit more interactable and alive. I do want Dragon Killer, but I can learn it through an armor? I will hold off on equipping a different thing just for now because the boss doesn't matter. The boss here doesn't matter how much damage I do. It's a live for 10 rounds kind of thing, so I'm not worried about that. There's where the other staff was, the lightning staff. Also, Stiltskin is like the absolute bro of bros. I don't want to save, I wanted to shop first. Okay, I'm pretty good on items. Ah, there's the Dragon Killer helm. But I would like to get Bug Killer. Bug Killer will be, any killer will be useful, so. Oh. Well, Undead Killer is also... No, I don't care about Undead Killer. I'll get it later, so I can put my Bug Killer here, get my Dragon Killer here, and then put the Mithril Spear on. There we go. Oh, I should unequip this. Because everybody else needs to learn Jelly. Oh, whatever, yeah. Okay. I don't know about morphed into a monster type. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, that's a hard narrative to tackle, but I could see it being done right, you know? Technically, Titus is as real as anybody else. It's just the way the world works. He's not a dream. He is a real person. He physically, actually, literally exists. What the hell? Hello? Oh, I thought that was the third option. Whoopsie. Oh, is new Savage content coming out in FF14 or something? Oh, fun! The race to world first begins. Alright, so the objective of this fight is to live for 10 turns. But she has some very, very, very important steals. So I'll do my best to steal from them. How far are you along? We're about to end disc 1. Oh good, somebody's dead. Already. I'm going to res, because I want to get Mighty Guard up. Got the Phoenix down! Alright, don't hit Audrey too, and then that's fine. I don't care who else gets hit. Well, except for Orin. I should have put the Thunder Ring. I did a solo Zidane run. Oh my god, this part's annoying. Because you, oh, I don't even have enough to cast Mighty Guard yet. You straight up have to have the Thunder Ring equipped, and you have to get lucky that Zidane doesn't get attacked. Like, or sorry, you have to hope that there's more Thunder Slashes than there are Shocks, and then you have to have like a certain level just to live through Shock. Oh man, it's rough. But yeah, I've done a solo Zidane challenge, and it was pretty interesting. I've done solo Zidane, and I've done the Excal 2 run as well. Oh, your name is also Audrey? Well, I regret to inform you that your body is getting cold. Oh good! Trans! In the battle where damage doesn't even matter. Awesome! Goody! Boy, I sure do love trans as a mechanic. If only there was a trans steal that increased your steal, like your success rate, you know? That would be cool. I'm not getting any of the good steals. And now my stealer is dead. So I get one less steal for every time he dies. Yep, that's it. I didn't get any for steals. I rarely do. I want to say the more important Beatrix is the second form. It has the sword that gives you charge, or something like that. Which you can buy on disc 3 anyway. A lot of confused teenagers right now. But why sexy man make me make me feel funny? Change to disc 2. Don't worry, I have the black label version this time, so I don't have to spend 8 hours trying to get the disc out. Yeah, they're like $15, $20 or something. Yeah. Honestly, the only problem I had with that is like the cheap quality of the case. And the difficulty of getting the discs out of the case. Other than that, I think the green label version is better. Most of the time they are. The disc 1 ends so soon, and the reason is because you have a huge intro cutscene and a ton of cinematics throughout the game. They do start to really disappear during disc 2 and disc 3 though. You don't get a whole lot. You do get a huge cinematic at the end of disc 2? Yeah, the end of disc 2. But yeah, the reasoning that disc 1 transfers over so quickly is because of just tons and tons of cinematics. I know, we just saved, right? Why would we possibly want to save again? Yes, why would we? That's the wrong one. Yeah, that's why. I think it's a great point to end for the day, all the way through disc 1 and the day, and most of the day anyway. Mostly normal size stream. It's a lot of it is because 7 had to end very early, but also I think it's just a really good time to end, period. Just because it's a nice time to end. So, whew. It's a nice time to end. We've been doing pretty good with Final Fantasy 9 this year. I think we're making solid progress. I want to say this is a pretty good ending point for Final Fantasy 9 for the first day, and that's usually without Chocobo Hot and Cold and catching frogs in the Kumarsh. So, I mean, we got a lot done. On top of everything else, on top of normally ending at this point. I want to say I normally end at this point without limitations, usually. So I think we're making solid progress. Hopefully, it's comparable to 7's progress. Either way, it's been an awesome night. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for enjoying this Final Fantasy Fiesta, our 10th anniversary! Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking about the Final Fantasy Fiesta next year, and it's like I'll be saying 11th. And I don't know why, but 11th just seems like so much more than 10. Even though there's just 1. I don't know. It's crazy. You guys have been around for a long time enjoying this awesome event with us, so thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. 7 is off for the next 2 days, so it'll just be me playing FF9 for a couple days as he gets a little bit further behind again, but obviously I got Saturday, Sunday off, and he has Tuesday, Wednesday off, so, you know, it's just the way it is. Anyway, no 7 stream tomorrow morning, but I will be back in about 17 hours, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Final Fantasy IX. I'm gonna see if we got a raid target. I'm feeling like a raid would be a fun thing to do. If I can find a raid target, I will raid. Let's see who we got. Oh, okay, we got a target. We got a target. Let me see who's on. Who else is on? All right, yeah. I haven't seen this person in a while, but they're really cool, dude. So I do not mind raiding. We're gonna raid Chad Music, who super chill, who's super chill. Has definitely done a lot of Final Fantasy stuff themselves, but just kind of plays whatever. It's a very like no, what do you call it? No like no obligation kind of thing. Like if he wants to stop a game, he'll just stop and play something else. It does mean that oftentimes he doesn't finish games, but he's playing Super Metroid right now. We're gonna raid Chad Music. Just go over there and say hey. Just like that, all nonchalant, make them feel nice and awkward. And we'll see you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Final Fantasy IX. Have an amazing evening. Take care. Thanks for all the love and support. Good night.